And we're live. Bum 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 bum.
Oh, the ground is poison. I'm so stupid. I was like, I wonder why my poison isn't going away. Whatever. Please don't slow down my movement. I need that. Excuse me. I'm getting real sick of picking up grease items.
Yeah, they're mostly for builds that don't want to have magic on their weapons already. All right, let's get started. Da, da.
Excuse me, zombies. I'm just a girl.
Ooh. Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, we're back in Furrowfield. Not back in, but in this playthrough, we just got here. In my game. No. So in my mind, we're back. Also, new status, at least for me.
What?
In Elden Ring, there's a status that popped up that I didn't recognize, and I was like, ooh.
What was its color?
Like a black starburst?
That is Deathblight. It is an insta-kill.
I mean, most things are insta-kills, it feels like, so whatever.
Like when I say it's an insta-kill, it's like, it doesn't even do HP damage, you just die.
Well, yeah, I know. I'm just saying that most, like, just with my specific build, so many things do so much HP damage that, like, ultimately, whatever.
Yeah. With Deathblight, you are getting filled with roaches. Like, that's its whole gimmick.
Likely thing to be happening.
Okay, I'm gonna build a bunch more of these.
This game thinks I'm an idiot, and I'm really not. Like, I know I haven't played a Soulsborne yet before, but you're gonna give me a staircase and then try to ambush me? You think I'm the dumbest bitch on the planet? Like, this is not a Soulsborne thing, you know? This is just, like, common sense, I feel. I hope.
God, I truly wish.
But I'm trying to kill this thank you targeting system.
Soulsborne players will see a tight corridor and think, oh, surely there are no pressure plates here. and then walk in and complain when they get hit by a pressure plate.
I have fallen for a pressure plate once, and that was before I knew pressure plates were a thing, and literally ever since, I've handily avoided them.
I figured out the rough way we'll do the rest of the From Software stuff once we're done with Elden Ring, or I am just tired of Elden Ring. At some point we will go, like, I want to do Sekiro next, if I cannot get the first Berserker Kazan, so that I can show off a Souls-like that is more story-focused than anything.
Yeah.
Then I'm going to do... What was that laugh? Oh, it was Brittany. Then we're going to do the original Dark Souls and sort of go up from there, unless Mulch or Let would like to do Dark Souls 2 with multiplayer.
I wish I could rely on drop attacks so I could use them.
Yeah.
But they seem to only connect half the time. And so it is just better for me to drop down and use the time the enemy is aggroing to attack normally.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah. I'm trying to remember the deal. Like, the best practices. I think this is regular soil. Earth, yes! Great! I don't care about the plot right now. I need more of this so that I can have my wheat without ripping up my cabbages. Hey, Tabupo.
Oh my god.
I'm so easily amused.
Well, I don't understand why that rich noble attacked me after I helped him. I do appreciate the spinning attack on his weapon. It's been mowing through these zombies.
Nice.
It's like, man, if I had this in Raya Lucaria, I wouldn't have had to skip the graveyard area. I mean, I probably still would have, but you know what I mean. I wouldn't have had to. I would have been choosing to. As it stands, that does sort of feel like the only way I was going to win. Climb up the ladder. I need to calm
I want
down.
to take some grass back. But I think if I break it, it'll break into
It does.
Earth. Yeah, so I'm gonna... have to carefully carry it away. It's a shame I cannot carry it stacked like this.
Have you played with first person before?
Not really, because it's just a little bit disorienting for me. For this kind of game.
Well, now you know how I feel. And like Skyrim. This is actually fairly fine. I think I think it's because it's cartoonish that my like motion sickness doesn't really activate.
I mean, for me, it's mainly that I don't have such space, such field of view. I can play first person just fine with other games like this, but like specifically building games like this, I prefer to be in a third person view.
Yeah.
Because Minecraft isn't a problem.
Hmm.
We're gonna put this...
Oh, no.
I'm just gonna set the grass down there. And instead of putting this in a cabbage field, I'm gonna set up a different field. Make one of you.
That was some fresh bullshit.
Ah, perfect. Alright, I'll fix that up in a minute. I just want to go grab the rest of the grass. What's wrong, Forbidden Lurker? Right? By 3. Or not even by 3, by a single vote.
Oh, in the Persona poll?
Yeah.
I don't remember what I voted for.
Next up is Wheel of Fortune, though, so... I'll get that poll done after the stream. Can I teleport while carrying a block?
I don't think so.
No. Well, maybe. Yes! What are you spoiling? Are you okay? Are you okay, Forbidden Lurker? Giant Slice, Zionga, and Marakukaja. Yeah. That's all he learns.
I'm so glad that you're in the loop with what's going on, because I'm sure not.
Naga won the Hermit Pole, and he decided to spoil what the Naga has, skill-wise.
Well, I know what it does have. Sex. And that's all that matters.
Personally, I was hoping that one of the higher tier ones would win.
We have a confidant Ultimate Persona one.
I think so.
Oh god. Well, I am not meant to go that way.
The rule on things is that I am allowed to have a persona in inventory for, specifically
We go see
confidant points. I'm just not allowed to use it for fighting.
Oh, I think I voted for Ara Habaki.
I have 51.
Oh, because it's the motherfucker who reflects physical. That explains why I voted for him.
Yeah.
I am nothing if not a degenerate.
Okay.
I love the monster invasion mechanic because you hit a point very quickly where you can just trust your boyfriend to take care of it while you focus on building.
Yeah, but they're coming to...
But that's not couple goals on one of those. I mean, not at this point.
Yeah. I don't like them getting busted anyway because the seeds are limited use.
Where am I at? The Shaded Castle, I think. Extra life.
6.
Oh, that's not even a... That's not even a boss, or a mini-boss, or anything. Oopsie. Lesser Clean Rot Knight. That's who kicked my ass in the next week.
They are somewhat difficult to deal with.
I was like, oh, there's no way. No, there's another part of the castle I can explore. And then I can do what I actually came to this area for, perhaps. A girl can only dream.
How did I... Oh, 53. From the cracked earth.
Stop There's so many guys.
Once I get through with the wheat, I think is when we get the,
Do we have a Weeping Angel style enemy that's just like a living statue?
No.
There's so many statues of women. I don't trust statues, and I don't trust women in this game, and so statue women is doubly scary.
The statues have a very interesting, glitch due to the way textures load, that makes it look like they're looking away from you at far away. Before the Dea tree withered and died, they used to grow all sorts of different crops here, and hold a festival when they brought in the harvest. Goodness, Cassander, look, the Dea tree!
Stop attacking me. This is so fucked up.
The Dea tree's grown a little bigger, and it feels a lot more powerful, too. Doing these tasks is really doing the trick, isn't it, Cassander? Standing before something so precious, I can barely contain the urge to destroy it utterly. Oh, the pastor's acting all funny again. Is he really gonna blow it up this time? Now hang on, when you first saw the tree, you said you'd had change of heart. What was that all about? Silence! I will not stand by and listen to your idle chatter when you have so much more still to do. Stop wasting time and get back to work. I think I also voted for Kumban the Forbidden Lurker.
Let me look that hoe up. Oh, they're a Persona 5 guy. As in, like, didn't exist until Persona 5, basically. Wait, no. Hold on. Okay, so never mind. The wiki looks like it's just ruined.
The fandom wiki is so annoying trying to find any details on anything on it.
Because it has a profile. Okay, so I was wrong. It's been around since Persona 3. It has, like, profiles. Shin Megami Tensei, blah, 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 Persona 5. And so I thought it was only in Persona 5. But if you look at stats, it has stats for all. So he's been around the blog. Much like Jenny. Okay. Oh, excuse me, Pepper. Yes. House Mirai is ruined, just deserts for falling for that severed harpy. No surprise that guilty Cretan took the castle and her storied sword. A sword, huh? Probably useless to me. But good to know.
I love how perfectly cubic they are when you have them in your hand. And then when you put them down, they kind of get a little bit of the softened edge.
Yeah.
It's such a good visual texture. I'm just clearing out the whole the stuff here, so when I get more earth, I can just dunk it in directly. I know that, like, I remember that, like, it's worm food, and it makes earth, but, I'd also just rather get it all at once. Or I'd rather make it in another spot and collect it, and just keep doing that to refill this spot. This whole voting process is still base Persona 5. No, this is Royal. We'll be playing Royal. Then I have made a fool of myself.
So,
Why?
more than usual.
He doesn't really make a fool for himself.
This is a stupid question. Do you get, like, faith in counselor stuff before third semester?
Yes.
Oh, perfumer's cookbook, thank goodness.
Oh, the perfumes are my favorite, the perfumes are my favorite, consumable, that's the word I'm looking for, from the game. Yeah.
I don't think I've got perfumer's cookbook 1, so I think it's my first.
It's a very stylish thing. Like, you're whipping around perfumed powders. There are a couple of enemies that you might have already faced that do that. It's like this very, metallic powder. Like, they throw out this metallic powder and it does fire damage or lightning damage.
That's so fucked up. Sorry. A lesser Clean Rot Knight is using, like, a scythe. I'm not vibing with any of this right now. Just so you know.
Yeah. Power Slash, Zion Gum, Mazio, Shock Boost, and Counter on the Naga in Royal. It's not much better, yeah.
Never mind. Each attack of my spear staggered it. So we are good. Hey.
Alright.
How y'all doing?
Now to go back where we found all that Earth. To pick up the
I
Wiggly.
hate this game. I hate the target system. I happen to not log on to a target, and literally, like, one of my 5 attacks connected. I survived this encounter, but it's sort of like, why was that so hard?
I'm sorry.
Like, why can I only attack if I'm locked onto them? Basically. And I'm using, like, a wide weapon, you know? I'm using
Squeak.
a big guy now.
What business does a ratty-looking human like you have with me? Squeak, you're looking for someone who can clean dirt for you? I've got no idea how you'd even go about that. Maybe that mud-munching monster over to the east would know. If you want to meet him, you'll have to be quick. I saw a gang from the Children of Hargon running over there with vicious grins on their faces not too long ago. Oh, and before I forget, have you spoken to my fine friend here already? I suggest you see what he has to say. All us fat rats have handy hints for adventurers like you, Squeak. Okay, we already talked to him. Yeah. The thing I'm wondering is if we're going to get a situation where, without skill cards, we have no elemental coverage on Joker.
Yeah.
Like,
The
a
elemental
particular element we
coverage
don't
is
cover.
that Persona 5, just in general, seems to be a fan of the philosophy of, like, the dungeons are designed around the new recruit.
Yeah.
Like, I know a lot of Personas and Madarames were weak to ice, conveniently.
Yeah.
So you can rely on that, because every dungeon has a new recruit, except Shido's.
Hey,
And by
that's...
that point, you'll have it all figured out, so...
Hey, Cassander, what do you reckon is going on here? We finally found you, spineless worm. We heard you've been making clean earth, and you know what the penalty for making things is around here. I ain't done nothing wrong. It ain't my fault the soil comes out cleaner than it goes in it? If you truly believed in our cause, you'd immediately destroy anything you made. But you didn't, and now you must be punished accordingly.
Real.
Eh? What do you think you're looking at, human? Can't you... No. I hate the tongues. Oh, criminy! You have to help me, humans, please! Looks like we've got to pick a side, Cassander. What do you think? Should we side with the monsters or the monster? That you even have to think of it is proof you have... That you even have to think about it is proof that you haven't had... That you even have to think about it is proof enough that you haven't a faithful bone in your body. The children of Hargon do not tolerate such fair weather followers. Well, that was easy.
Yeah, this game's combat isn't very hard. But it's fun, at least.
Gaddon, he certainly made short work of that Morid beast what was harassing me. Thank you kindly. But who are you anyway? What are you doing all the way out here? A builder, you say? And you're rebuilding the old farm, Deitry and all? And you're looking for someone as can conjure up earth out of nothing? I sensed that big old tree was back, so I did. I've been wriggling all over the place looking for it. Only to have me life saved by the very bay it has planted it. Must be fate. I'm a Wiggly, you see. We're an ancient tribe with the power to purify the earth, or at least we was. I'm the only one of us left now. This gross slimy thing is gonna clean up our soil. I can't wait to see everyone's faces when we get back with a giant worm in tow. Name's Wrigley, by the way, and if we could get back to your farm before any more of the children of Argon turn up, that'd be lovely.
Yeah. This is part of why, like, the one compliment I'll give Persona 5, it does make, like, Arsene-only runs both very possible and very entertaining. Because, like, your elements are more or less covered.
Yeah.
Then you can just, like, focus on having Arsene cover stat buffs and healing. Well, not really healing, you have Morgana, but you know what I mean.
Add
Like
in Hifumi letting you swap people on the fly.
Yeah, eventually.
I mean, it's pretty early on when you get her. And it's pretty early on in her confidant.
Yeah. I think it's like you can swap, but with a penalty, and then you can swap freely.
Yeah.
I just think you swap single, swap multiple, whatever.
Titties. Oh, R, it's a heck of a farm you got here. It may still be small, but all the right bits and pieces are in place. Field, crops, even the Deitry. Liminek, it's a monster!
Right.
Dribbling Drakis, you're right. We're under attack from a vicious Wiggly. Well, don't just stand there, Malroth. Beat it to within an inch of its life. That will not be necessary. Unless I am mistaken, this Wiggly is a descendant of the tribe that kept the soil of Furrowfield clean and healthy for generations. What? Hear me, Wiggly. From this day forth, you are to aid us in building new fields. Fail to do so, and we will have no further need to keep you alive. You're trying to threaten me, ain't he? Well, it's working. You've got yourself a deal. Don't worry, Wormface. If this guy tries anything funny, I'll beat him to a pulp. Thank you kindly. Right then, I'll stick around and help Cassander bring back the Deitry. I'd be more than happy to give you a hand with your soil problems. If there's anything I'm good at, it's cleaning up muck. The Wiggly joins Cassander's team.
One nice thing that's genuinely been helping me enjoy Elden Ring more right now is that I got the royal robes, which are robes. And the thing about Misuru is she wears robes. And so now I feel more in character. And so I'm more entertained, just automatically. Previously, I had the Raya Lucaria, like, blue robes, which were fine.
Yeah.
But, like, not impressing me. And she has shoes on again. That was my main complaint with Raya Lucaria outfit. Why are their toes just out like that?
Hmm.
In, like, an area with a bunch of rocks and, like, swamp and water, do you want every infection? That's how they ended up that way. It wasn't the crystals, it's just they got every disease known to man through the cuts in their feet.
It's wiggly food for something else. Well, now there's egg on my face.
Hot.
The wiggly food makes it grass.
That not be wanted?
Yeah, but the field is, the field makes it earth. And I didn't need to break everything in preparation for getting more earth. I can't believe it! Look at all this healthy earth. Thank you, Wrigley. I'm so happy. I've never seen so much lovely, soft soil in my life. Ever since the spoil spores appeared, I thought our island was doomed. Even when we found clean soil, anything we planted in it just withered and died. What's wrong with you lot? Crying over a bit of dirt? We've spent so long scraping together a few small patches of arable earth, and now we've got more than we know what to do with. I'm as happy right now as I've ever been. I'm happy, too. Happy to help, that is. And I'd be no more than happy to clean up the soil anywhere Cassandra plunks down one of them scarecrows. Wonderful work, Cassandra. It just so happens I have a few seeds squirreled away just for such an auspicious occasion. And now we have a place to plant them. Let's hope the tree grows well, births a plant husband. Here, have my newly born adult man for your travels. I mean... We've got so much more clean soil now, Cassandra. The field even smells better, rich and earthy, not all rotten like before. I thought between you, a builder, and me, the finest farmer on Furrowfield, we had the perfect duo, but now, with Wrigley in the mix, we've got the perfect trio. Now we can make as many fields as we want, but that won't help us if we don't have the seeds to plant in them. Brittany told me about the ruins of an old farm somewhere to the northwest, on the other side of the mountains. Sounds like just the place to find some more seeds, right? I'll mark it on your map. It's Dragon Quest. We have sentient talking large worms and demons. A plant guy is nothing out of the ordinary. No, and a plant guy would be fine. I'll mark it on your map for you, so go and see what you can find. There was also a chest I kept seeing when I opened the map near where we found Wrigley. I would love to not have to hold my controller to the right side of my desk.
For the connection work?
Yeah. Oh, there's a sign up there. Oh, it's a stone sword. May the white flowers of the Covenant bring peace to the land, the peace that lies on the far horizon. Okay, that's where I get some flowers. But while we're here, let's plant... And I want to put one field up here. But to do that, I'm gonna need to replace 3 blocks of wood. With 3 blocks of spoiled soil.
Yep.
Quick check of something. As I realize something I'm waiting on a response about. Oh, wonderful. Perfect.
What is it? What is it?
Oh, sorry. I was doing some data entry for my aunt, and I needed to check
Was
if
it
she'd gotten...
satisfactory?
Yeah. And it was!
Oh, thank goodness.
Yay! Bell time. Base level 2!
Yeah! Yeah! Yaha!
More farmers!
Yeah! Yaha!
Oh, I figured out why I came. What the problem is. I don't know what direction west is apparently, and I've been going east this whole time and being like, why am I not finding the thing
Oof.
that I want to find?
Alright. Bum 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 bum. Alright, let's go looking for seeds. Seeds and mini-medals. I do so love them. Like, I love any kind of collection quest that actually rewards me for it. And there was something over this way that I didn't get to. Aha! A mini-medal quest. Well, let's... Am I supposed to do that?
If I found her, hey queen, I can find her on horseback.
So what's the puzzle here?
I think you may need the water can.
Probably.
It looks like a well.
Or a fountain, yeah. Right.
Yeah, I don't really do combat in first person. First person is very useful for me though, because like I put ceilings on all the buildings, and the camera, third person camera, is not a fan of ceilings.
No.
Oh, there's a Steak America over here, and I can't find them.
This is a little bit news to me on the enemies dropping seeds. I don't remember them doing that. Yeah, I can't break that.
I knew they did, but I don't remember it being a very good way to get seeds.
Nah, it's one seed per big Draki.
Maybe it's just a drop for the big Draki.
Maybe. Because like I remembered the orcs dropping it, but that's because they're gas bubble. They're elite enemies, so it didn't make no sense. That your limited resource drops from them, I just didn't remember the Drakis doing it.
Hopefully I'll remember to come back to finish off this area. It looks interesting, but the reward is a great sword. So.
Yeah. I think, I'm not really a fan of Elemer of the Briar as a boss, because it is one of those bosses that has, close range and long range. And its long range is always just a little bit longer than you think.
Yeah.
This is new. More recipe unlocks at the crafting station, yeah, but I don't have cotton yet. Oh no, it's grass fibers. I don't have grass fibers yet.
It's very funny to me that, like, there's an NPC in the castle saying, no surprise that guilty Cretan took the castle in our storied sword. Oh, no, different one. House Murray's rune just deserved for falling for that severed harpy.
Mm-hmm.
Is that Malay? Does any of that have anything to do with Malay?
Malay Marai is outside of the castle because the castle fell to, specifically Millennia the Severed.
That's the super boss, right?
That's the super boss that everybody talks about that I beat in 3 tries. Yeah. with the
Yeah.
fancy katana sword that is part of her arm.
I was looking on the page for dexterity to like see how high mine should go for purposes of being able to use weapons, which is 40 because I'm not getting her blade anytime soon.
Mm-hmm. The Hand of Millennia is not too bad a weapon. It doesn't fall into a lot of other, like, Soulsborne games where the boss weapons are bad. But it's not as useful as it really should be.
Trying to bait Valet so I don't activate the golem behind her, but
What is this fiendish farmyard still doing here? Don't worry, I'll have the whole blasted thing torn apart in no time. Huh? I don't know who you are, but if you're not going to help, then I'd rather you leave me alone and let me destroy this place in peace. I beg your pardon? You heard there was an old farm around here and you were hoping you could find some seeds? Well, I expect this is the farm you're looking for. Don't worry, I'll soon have it completely obliterated. As for the seeds, I have some, but I won't give them to you. There's no nobler goal in life than wreaking ruin, you know. I'm sure the Master of Destruction himself is watching me right now as I smash the place to smithereens. All I can say is it's a small mercy that this place doesn't have one of those accursed scarecrows. Those infernal poppets have some kind of dark power over me. Just one glance at one and I can't resist tilling the soil around it. Confound my farmer's blood. Whatever you do, stranger, don't use that wooden workbench to build a scarecrow and then place it in the middle of this field. Don't even think about it. Okay, here's where we
wait, I
learn
just
the...
realized something.
What up?
I can use the golem against them. That would be my next strategy. I could play the game. It's
I mean, that
definitely a
is-
possibility.
That is part of playing the game.
I'm sure I have a dart somewhere. I've never used a dart, but like, I think that's my best long-range option. Actually, wait, I don't need to, because the golem seems to have a longer aggro range than melee does.
Oh no! Did you really put a scarecrow in the middle of the field? Right after I specifically told you not to? What is happening to me?
I love this guy. I love Depthon 9 control.
It's just as I feared. One glance at a scarecrow and I can't stop myself from tilling the earth around it. O Master of Destruction, hear my prayer. I have sullied my hands with the stain of creation. I beg your forgiveness. It is only by your destructive grace that this field was not enclosed by wooden fencing. Were it so fenced in, I fear that You didn't happen to spot the pieces of wooden fencing stuck in the ground behind this field, did you? Whatever you do, don't go and fetch that wooden fencing over there and fill in the gaps in the fence around this field. Do you hear me? No fences.
Cassandra's such a bastard.
Teehee.
No fences, and what does he do immediately?
You put a fence around
Comes up
this
with the
field,
idea for
didn't you?
fences.
Why would you do that? No! It's happening again! Why? Why?
Shout out to the gays.
The gays. I couldn't help myself. I've plowed every inch of earth inside that accursed fence. You sly devil. I expect you worked out how to build wooden fencing and wooden gates yourself, too. With gates and fencing, you can make fields of almost any shape or size. They are dangerous weapons indeed. Oh, Master of Destruction, hear my prayer. Once again, I have sopped my brow with the sweat of constructive labor. I beg your forgiveness. What's that? If I want to till some more fields, why don't I go and help out on your farm? What are you trying to imply? I'll have you know I am a devoted disciple of the children of Hargon. This guy's hilarious. Let's take him back to the farm and turn him into a builder. All right, weirdo. If you've got any seeds, hand them over. And no funny business. We can do this the easy way or the fun way. All right, here you go. They're all yours. 10 wheat seeds. Brilliant. And we can now add kidnapping and brainwashing to the list. Yep. Brilliant. Looks like we've got enough seeds to make coming all the way out here worthwhile. Now let's get Tommy Tilsalot here back to the farm. The name's Clayton. I'll go with you. I'll help on your farm. I'll do anything you want. Just please don't kill me. Hello there, human. I'm as hungry as a church mouse. Seriously, I'm starving. All I have are these wheat seeds, but I get really bloated when I eat wheat. I think I have an intolerance. Do you think you could help me out? If you give me 10 cabbages, that would keep me fed for a while. You can have these wheat seeds in return. Is there a chest full of cabbage around here? Hi there, human. A high-minded, highbrow, high-class boy like yourself. Should have no problem at all with heights, right? Then I know of a couple of tricks that are perfect for someone like you. Skills for swiftly scurrying to the loftiest spots. Any adventurer worth his cheese knows how to climb. After all, you never know what you might find at the top of a mysterious hill. If you have a wall handy, you can put blocks against it to make a staircase. If not, you can build a tower by jumping straight up and putting a block under you before you land. Mastery of these techniques is the key to quick climbing. Give it a shot right now. There's a treasure chest up above me. It's yours for the taking if you can reach it. Made coffee too sweet. Pain. I'm sorry. Ooh. I'll take a maximum HP increase. Squeak, squeak! Very well done, human. Who would have imagined a seed of life would be hidden away up in those old ruined rafters? Did you have much trouble getting up there? If you're still finding it tricky, just keep practicing. You'll master it eventually. You look like something of an adventurer to me, human. Hopefully these climbing skills will aid you on your travels. That seed of life should be quite helpful too. It has the odd effect of making you just a little bit tougher if you eat it. You'll find incredible items like that in all sorts of unexpected places, so don't be afraid to go exploring. You never know what you might stumble upon. They say the rarest and most valuable items are always hidden in the hardest to reach places, so keep a keen eye out on your travels. Right. We're going to very quickly take this earth with us.
I guess there's no better time to have an impromptu lesson on horseback combat.
Regular Pat is running closer. Why is regular Pat running closer? We're also going to take the skates. See treasure chest interactions in KH1. What about him? Oh, the tip you just got, yeah. Hard to reach goodies, yeah. I wish the goodies in KH2 had been hard to reach.
Ants for rapier received.
Woo!
I just had to figure out horseback combat, and then she was done. Close casket. Gotta just find the nearest side of grace so I can actually spend money that she dropped. This is my first time having money in a while.
Lamau.
Yeah, horseback combat is crazy. I did not know that the horse took damage for you.
Sometimes, yeah. Like, it is if, like, they manage not to hit you at the same time.
Well, yeah. But even a chance of it happening is crazy, especially because the horse seems to have way more defense than I do.
Yeah. Climb, climb, climb. Speaking of hard to reach goodies.
The round table.
Oh. I've already done that one. I didn't realize it was exposed to air. Getting caught on geometry.
Now I'm at that sexy time where I take off all my equipment and just start again.
We're sleeping until daytime.
Okay. And the ruler's robe for sure. What's Discovery?
Discovery is it's a modifier on how often items drop. base is 100%, so it's, or base is 100, so it's whatever their base drop is, and then you get an additional percentage point on that for every point of discovery you have.
Oh, I have a talisman that boosts horseback damage. Need to remember that.
And now for the teest of he's. Perfect. Accumulated Carpenter. Ban.
The best thing about the Answer Rapier, Mitsuru's Rapier in Persona 4 Arena Ultimax, is just red.
Oh, I love that.
I don't know if I'm gonna put a little picture of what she looks like.
Unbelievable. Look at this farm, these buildings, these fields, this tree. Truly, such sinners are beyond redemption. Such shameless construction, such brazen building. This whole town stinks of creation. You're heretics, the lot of you. Heretics and builders all.
Fair.
Reverend, this man is a builder, a foully irredeemable sinner. Do something! Destroy him! You could not have arrived at a better time, my disciple. You must work the fields here. You must till the soil and water the crops with neither rest nor respite. Not you too. Why, Reverend? Why? Very well. I will join you in your den of iniquity. I can't disobey the pastor's orders.
If you look at voice chat text, you'll see Mitsuru's right here, and you'll understand.
Great work, Cassander. You didn't just find some new seeds, you found a new friend, too. Clayton's just like me, a descendant of one of Furrowfield's finest farming families. That must be why he can't help but plow any field he sees. I've been thinking, Cassander. We've been doing as the pastor said, and now we've got nice big fields and the deity's growing bigger, too. But surely those 3 tasks you gave us can't be all there is to it, can they? It just seems too easy. I suppose we'll just have to wait and see. In the meantime, let's build more scarecrows, till more fields, and grow more crops. You could even try making fields into interesting shapes and sizes by fencing them off with wooden fencing, and wooden gates. Try it out and see how it goes.
I have a choice with the halberd. I could change it. Okay, I could put an ash. I could put the sword dance Ash of War on it to boost dex damage scaling up to B, and lower strength damage scaling. Which is good because my strength is whatever, and my dex is 41. I would just replace spinning strikes with sword dance. I guess I'll have to test them both out and figure out which one works.
I'm gonna remove the community chest from there, because I want to move this entire setup over here somewhere else. So we're gonna put the chest here.
Oh, you can just have 2 status effects on a weapon.
Yep. So the way that ends up working out is that it typically reduces the natural one. Or the native one?
Yeah, it reduces it just by 5, though. I won't do it because my whip has frost on it now. And so I can just switch based on enemy. So, whatever. I need something that boosts the Ansper Rapier's dex scaling. That's what I need to look into.
That was an accident. I was trying to change to, Now this setup up here can be moved. We'll tuck this in here. I'll also grab this one. And drop it nearby. Heretics and Builders. Oh, it's the HOA. Yep. Need to grab a bunch of spoiled soil out.
Store. I have not stored in my chest in a while.
I never use that. I'm a little disorganized ultimately, but I don't mind it.
Mainly, I just need to get rid of, my brain. Oh, all the multiplayer items I keep picking up, because, like, obviously I'm not gonna ever use that.
Yo, Cassander, now that Wrigley's on board, this farm's about to seriously go off. The only thing is, the monsters are getting thirsty for a fresh fruit and veg, and as the only soldier in the Furrowfieldian Guard right now, that's kind of a problem. Obviously, we can't just stop growing food, like, duh. I figure what we need is better weapons, and that's where you come in. Any ideas? If not, then practice makes perfect, I guess. Maybe if you and Malroth go and rough up a bunch of monsters, it'll give you the inspiration you need. A stone sword would be pretty lit. Make me one of those, and give it to me, of course. A sword isn't much use without a swole soldier to swing it. Nice! Thanks so much, Cassander. This sword is well sick. Anytime you invent a new weapon, you should wax them up and give them to everybody who can swing them. Then everyone who's like, oh no, the monsters are too tough, will be like, oh yeah, tough luck, monsters. Back in the day, I would have been hyped for all the things I could smash with this sword, but I don't really believe in children and their Master of Destruction anymore. The Master of Destruction? Who's that supposed to be? Does he have a name? How am I supposed to know? High-key, I bet the only person who knows his name is Almighty Hargon himself. Listen to me, Almighty Hargon. I'm so done with him. Let's start the Children of Cassander instead, a brilliant band of building buds. Speaking of Hargon, do you reckon he's like... What do you reckon he's, like, doing? You don't think he's gonna come and smite us, do you?
Alright, sorted that. I'm starting to think this blacksmith wants me dead.
Hugh?
Yeah.
Nah.
It's every time he's like, oh, I took you for dead. And I was like, you sound a little bit too happy about that. What is it about a woman dying that turns you on so much? Can't stand that. Fake ass. Oh. Whoopsie. I accidentally leveled up Vigor. Whatever. Oh, that's fine. This Asher War system just continually confuses me.
I think that'll be all the fence posts I need. This grass can get moved somewhere nicer. So we can fill this out a little bit better. If this grass can get moved over to where the toilet is going to be. They can have like a little grass. A little grass to touch nearby.
Got by the Knights Cavalry near Geel Lake North. That's what I need.
Oh, the Knights Cavalry. That's the easiest one, I believe.
Okay. I want repeating for us against our rapier.
That sounds about right.
Got.
Hey, Cookie Cat. Is that a gun? Yes, it is. Boom.
Oh, they're the people. I remember them. I ran past them on the bridge. Okay. That works out. What does Scarlet Rot do?
Scarlet Rot is like poison, but faster.
Okay. So it doesn't do like a bleed type burst.
No.
Is it longer than poison?
The duration of poison is dependent on the resistance of the creature. So sometimes yes, sometimes no.
Okay. It's fine.
I need to eat something, but also I need to go to that rat. Alright, let's grab out the rest of the bonfires. Make 4 more.
Tights of Bracer very silly. I forgot to put a flask in back in my inventory, or any flask back in my inventory, and I went to fight a guy, and I was like, oh god, I don't have any flasks. And then I ran back to the side of Grace, and right before he hit me, he despawned.
Lamau.
It feels like when you're little and you're saying like you're playing tag, and you're like, no, this is safe. No, this random couch is safe. I decided just now.
Lamau.
Feels very infantile. But like whatever, ultimately. I did at least finally figure out the deal with horseback, which is that it's less like strong and weak attack, although that's probably still there. It's more what side you're attacking on.
Yeah. Strong and weak attack are still there, but like you can't do You can do even fewer combo with the strong attack on there. And it depends ultimately on the weapon you're using if you even want to bother trying. Hey, Mulch. Cat feeding, gotcha. You'll be on after? Awesome. You'll be just in time for me to lore dump what the Albinorics are. To, mask. I say that as though it's not because I'm waiting. I can't wait to get the ovens so that I don't have to collect this one at a time. Store all that. That. There's some place I can drop this earth. Guess we can fill it in here. Spot around here somewhere. I could probably.
Oh, that was not the guy I had to beat.
Aha! There's a 4 spot around here. I can put this.
I only saw one guy on the horse, so I guess I just assumed.
Yeah. Wait, is it nighttime?
Oh. It is not.
Yeah. The Knight's Cavalry only comes out at night.
I hate that. Those are... Oh wait, you can rest.
Yeah, you can rest at the, Site of Grace. The most annoying part about it is that every time you lose to them, it sets it back to morning, so you have to rest again, just to keep going.
I think there's a Site of Grace nearby. Now I get to use my new horseback riding knowledge. And then I'm probably going to go back to the beginning, actually, because I remember there was a horse guy there, and I'm kind of pissed off with him. I say as if he killed me. I knew not to attack him, because, again, common sense, you would think.
You would think.
You would hope.
But yeah, more common sense than a lot of people in the...
People who play
Elden Ring.
these games, presumably.
Yep.
Or games like these. Whatever.
All the tokens for the one-shot are made, sized, and placed. Nice!
A telescope. cute is that?
Oh yeah, they're sort of scattered around. The bard has his list of abilities. Good.
How's the rain ever mattered?
Rain doesn't seem to do anything.
Okay, I was wondering. It feels like it's always fucking raining.
I need to raise this wall up a little bit at some point. But for now, we're going to set this gate down. I still find it wild that our bard has taken the spells Unnatural Lust and Shamefully Overdressed. Perfectly valid spells to take.
He is lagging bad.
Our bard is a hooker turned lawyer. Yep, sounds about right.
I'm gonna Phoenix, right? Okay, maybe I should fight on foot. So. This is not given what needs to be gave.
Wait, oh my god, Sedeth? Just need to write up for magical items and a name for cookies. Cookies what? Magical item? Ah, Cassander, I see improvements to my village are proceeding apace, and your skills as a builder are improving likewise. Wonderful work, lad. As builder-in-chief of our humble home, it falls to you, young man, to inspire us by ringing that great bell once more.
He just fell into the canyon.
Have you the power already, or will you need to gather more gratitude from your fellow townsfolk first? Should you fulfill our requests, build beautiful new buildings for us to use, and fields for us to tend, our appreciative energies shall surely flow like water and litter the ground below. Speaking of which, it must sometimes be a bother gathering up all that gratitude, must it not? Well, I hear that something interesting might happen if you kill the... Well, I hear that something interesting might happen if you give the Builder's Bell a short, sharp strike with your weapon. Give it a try and see for yourself. Grumbling ghouls, Cassander. It's clear your skills as a builder are greater than ever. The instant your hammer struck that bell, I felt myself overcome with creative energy. I've been watching your building work with a keen eye, Cassander. By building your buildings and planting your crops, you have made our hopes and dreams a reality. And with the gratitude we give you, you ring the bell and become a better builder, ready to make even more of our dreams come true. What a truly wonderful partnership. I can only hope you can continue to lead the people of our fair farm as our resident, benevolent builder. Right. Next up, we're going to encircle this field, though we're going to take a little bit because there's that building there. Oh, newish character for Date Everything. Mitchell Lynn, the food. We saw him in Freddy's trailer. Yeah. You drag me here against my will. You force me to toil in your fields. I am a devout follower of the children of Hargon. Can't you understand that this is a living hell for me? Oh, wise and powerful master of destruction, please have mercy unto your wayward children. What? What do you mean I looked like I was having fun when I was tilling that field? Speak for yourself, you builder.
I
In
really
fact...
don't like the tone you just took.
Huh?
Because I really don't like the tone you just took. You builder.
I was trying to do a petulant child.
Wait, what you got was a slur, so...
Don't you see I'm getting muscular and sweaty and tanned from working this field?
Oh no.
In fact, if you love building so much, Builder, why don't you go ahead and build us a barn? You say that this is a farm, yet you don't even have one of the bare necessities. What you want is a room with a chest, a haystack, and a set of farming tools, a coil of rope, some firewood, and a pot. And put it all into a nice, small room. I imagine a builder like yourself can't help but build huge halls that tower over everything, but try to be a little more humble about it, will you? Oh! Small room. The small room.
Yeah, where's the Sombron breeding camps?
I just can't say that on Twitch, I don't think. Everything's coming along lovely, Cassander. We got our fields, we got our cabbages, and we got our wheat. And there's something else we got too. Hunger pains, you know? Ow, your tummy, those...
Yeah. Let's say it again.
Hunger pains. You know how yummy those cabbages are, but the rest of them ain't had a chance to eat them yet. Hey, Mulch. What we really need on this farm is a chest full of food, and then we'd all be able to help ourselves to something whenever we were hungry. Please, Cassandra, I promise I'll never bother you for anything. Just fill a chest up with 30 cabbages and let us eat. How you doing, Mulch? You sound,
Gross.
You sound like you're suffering.
I wouldn't say suffering. I'm just kind of tired. I've been, helping a friend today. And, doing errands. 1 second.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Is this farm too big? Field too big?
The nice thing about me abandoning the magic thing is that I can go back to having 11 red potions.
Yeah.
There we go. Alright, so what have I missed?
Not much. We found a man who clearly is,
As a mind
processing. Yeah, he has a mind control kink.
Nice.
He has a mind control kink for specifically being made to do farm work.
You know,
Hey.
so mind control for, like, manual labor.
Yeah.
I do wonder, if you put a scarecrow and a fence around your hole, would he plow that? You know?
Yeah.
I'm sure we were all thinking it.
Man, that whole area's time falling.
Please stop attacking me. Thank you. You're so rude.
Yeah, this seems like it just might be a mite too tall. Or not too tall, too large. Which is très unfortunate.
Okay. Actually,
So we're gonna pull it back.
knock this man off his horse.
We're gonna place it here.
It's actually my favorite fight in the game so far. And it's against the fucking Knight's Cavalry.
Nice.
Huh.
It's not even close. It's
I
horse
guess
fighting.
yeah, there we go. Yeah, that was just way too big of a space for it to count as a field. That does make sense.
It's like, neither of us can really hit the other one, so it's this battle of attrition. This is sort of what I wanted from this whole thing. And the fact that, like, it's important what side of him I'm on. Something about that, really. Because
Gets you
I'm
going?
also on horseback, you know? So, like, I have
Yeah.
to balance what side I'm on to land my attacks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, he almost pushed me into the canyon while I was trying to push him into the canyon.
Happens. Alright, where's the Wrigley? Oh, he's up there. Let's finish up building these walls higher anyway.
Mr. Cassander, tear down this wall. Or build this wall, I suppose.
Definitely not that one.
Yeah, that one didn't work. I didn't.
No, nothing related to walls, I think, other than
Actually,
I have
no
69
walls.
wood blocks.
Nice. Yeah, no walls. This is a strand
Killed
type
his
game.
horse.
This is
He
like
has
Death
no horse.
Stranding.
And so now he has no hope.
This game is a strand type game. It's like Death Stranding.
Oh, never mind.
Right.
He can resummon
No.
his horse. Lame.
Anyway,
I say as if I can't resummon my horse.
this is just the
Oh.
cutest little farm that I'm gonna put tomatoes in.
Oh my god, just like Leo Fire Emblem. Hypothetically, if this fight took all night endgame, would he despawn in the morning?
Yes.
Yeah,
Because I can see the sun. The sun's there.
that's not good.
Good tune-up.
Yeah.
No, we're gonna just slowly fill this in and try to funnel the monsters in a particular direction. Even if I'm pretty sure this is also just like a bad idea overall.
Weren't we going to talk about the Albinarix? I don't know shit from fuck about the
You just
Albinarix.
got here.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to arrive. I was gonna
Yeah.
tell Mask before stream, but he suggested I wait until you're here so that you can also find out, because I didn't remember if you knew or not, and you didn't.
All I know about them is that they're shitty old men. Is that there are some shitty old men guys.
Okay, so there are two generations of the Albinarix. The first generation, which is the shitty old men and some beautiful women, as you do.
Nice. Yeah.
Give me a second, I
Wait,
need
really?
to... Yes. So, this is why I kept encouraging you to go to the cave to meet Latenna the Albinaric, even if you weren't going to do, the Mountaintops of Giant stuff beyond,
Oh, yeah. The Halig tree, yeah.
yeah, beyond, like, that. Because she doesn't actually need to go to the Halig tree. Yeah. All she needs to do is go to the consecrated snowfield. So, the shitty old men and the beautiful young wolf-riding archer women,
As you do. If you're
as you do,
Yeah.
they are the first generation of the Albinarix. As you know, probably from looking at them, their legs don't work.
Yeah.
It is less actually of a case of their legs don't work and more of a case of their legs are slowly, quite literally, disintegrating into nothingness.
How come?
It is because they are not... There is no way to put this other than the Albinarix are not people.
Which
They
I'm
are.
goes for basically everyone.
They are homunculi, essentially.
What about Citri mention?
They
I am
were
gonna say you can be a people and a homunculi if you got thoughts and feelings and heart.
You're not a human. You're not a
in
Homo
terms
sapien.
of in terms of specifically the lands between and their definition of people.
Yeah, fair.
So, the Albinarics are in this fun little state. Ooh, ain't it nice to have such lovely clean soil about? I'm heck of a happy to help. I never thought this day would come, to be honest. Oh, if only my old ma and pa could have lived to see this. When I was just a whippersnapper, they gave me these treasures. They've been handed down through the generations, so they have. Now, Cassandra, I want thee to have them.
Yaha!
Thank you.
Obtained 2 balls of worm food. Them balls of worm food are brill. Plop them down on the ground and I'll turn the area around them into lovely green grass. The second you put them down, I'll cover everything around them in grass, so don't go dropping them too close to your fields, you hear? How's about you put both of them balls of worm food somewhere close by and we'll have the old place looking green and grassy in no time. So.
Yeah.
Give me a second. I need to make sure of something real quick. I want to make sure enough things become grass. Okay. So, because they were made, because they were constructed, they don't technically have souls like the rest of everybody. But, Jurassic Park quote. Life finds a way. The frogmen, with the big bulbous heads and the wheeling around and all that, those are the second generation Albinarics.
Yeah.
The second generation Albinarics are also not people by the Lands Between standards, but they have souls.
Nice. Good for them. I'm sure their mother is very proud of them.
It's completely not clear why the humanoid ones turned into frog people. And then you have the fact that, like, if you go to the Mogwin Dynasty Mausoleum, you have the red Albinarics. Much like everything else in the Lands Between, they obviously take from their environment. In this case, they are glutted with blood. So they're red instead of silver.
Yeah, they're like amphibians.
But there's a lot of little bits of lore around the Albinoric staff, Latenna herself, some lore with the knight at the top of Carrion Manor.
Oh, Loretta, yeah.
Loretta, yeah.
In the Halig tree.
Yep, because Loretta is a first-generation Albinoric.
Oh.
Instead of an archer, though, she is, of course, a sorcerer, and that's why she's, like, inextricably linked to her horse. Because she can't get off it.
I thought she had legs.
Well, she does, sort of, kind of. Her legs don't... Like, her legs are like every other... Like, if you look at Latenna, she also has legs. It's just that their legs are slowly fading out of existence. It's entirely possible that by the time you fight her at the Halig tree, her legs are gone and her her armor pants and boots are, like, hooked together. Anyway, yeah, Dawn, it actually worked. I made a little village green all on me own. Thanks, Ma. Thanks, Pa. Not bad, Wrigley. We came here to work out how to make the Isle of Awakening a little greener, and it looks like we found our answer. Wrigley! This green stuff on the ground, is this grass? Wrigley, did you do all this? I certainly did, back in the day before the old spoil spore came. The old Furrowfield farm was covered in the stuff, and it were full of flowers, too. You Wigglies really are incredible. Not only can you make the earth clean, but you can make it green as well. You're going to play a key role in bringing this island back to life, I just know it. Oh yeah, that's what you missed. We recruited a worm.
Nice.
Seeing all this greenery has put me in somewhat of a farming mood, so to speak. I feel like making some more fields. Tell you what, Cassander, if you ever need more space to plant seeds, just stick one of them scarecrows in the ground and I'll clean up all the earth around it, alright? I've been on the run a long time, trying to wriggle away from the children of Argon's clutches, but it weren't all bad. I did learn a thing or two along the way. And I'm sure you'll learn a lot. Too. That was the last of my worm food, but I'm sure you'll work out how to make it yourself one day. Then we'll make some serious green. Okay, I need to build a barn. And once the last of the cabbages are grown, I need to harvest the whole crop and put 30 in a chest. I think I'll build the barn in this building, this small one. So I need... Hey, Cassander. Everyone else on the farm seems to be getting really good at making stuff. I mean, just look at all these crops. I think I might be able to make stuff now, too. Let me have a go on that workbench. I think I've got the hitting it with a hammer stage down to a T. Alright, and then... Huh? What? Ugh! I can't do it. Well, this sucks. I just wanted to help, even just a little bit. Well, whatever. You stick to building, I'll stick to beating up monsters. My boy. What do I need that for? Thanks, Ditz. But yeah, so that's a little bit of the lore drop on the Albinorix.
I was a fool. I attempted to use the parry system. That was insane.
Rip. Parries are quite hard to time sometimes.
They're very hard. I've heard that if they're mounted, that you can automatically dismount them.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Instead of focus on having a big enough AoE with the spear to risk damage, but or in Scarlet Rot on the horse.
Farming tools.
Whichever works ultimately.
Yeah. Rope. Firewood.
To catch you up on what I've been doing in Elden Ring Launch.
Yeah?
I got... Okay, so I accidentally activated the Radon Festival. Oopsie.
Everybody does that their first time through. I'm not gonna lie.
And then, like, everyone was like, oh my god, you're here, old friend. And there was, like, a wolf guy that I only knew from the loading screen. And I was like, yeah, buddy.
You... Hey!
Hey, girl.
You...
How have you been? Yeah. I did know you made pot. I saved him.
Pot's cool.
Oh, I need a haystack, so I need to harvest the wheat soon.
Yeah, I did that. I did fight Radon. I had no illusions about beating him, but you were like building up the approach, so I decided if I could do that. I can, so I'm not worried about that. Based on his lore drop, based on his lore drop, I gathered that his gimmick is Scarlet Rot, and that I need to get that. And Cass pointed me in the direction of the Antspur Rapier, which I then got because I turned... It's a hostile NPC, and so I turned one of the enemies against her, and then she got destroyed. So that was fun.
Nice. Love it when that shit happens. Nice. Yeah, the Radon lead up always, like, Radon, actually, I was about to say Radon usually doesn't give me trouble, but he did give me trouble last time I played through, so I can't really brag anymore. But I am gonna say that, the lead up was always the hardest part for me when I first played. Because I couldn't get the timing for the dodge right. And he kinda, and this is pre-patch Radon, so he just shoots you off your horse. You can't really avoid it on your horse. Well,
Yeah.
you couldn't.
Because the hitboxes on the arrows were, like, twice the size of the arrows.
Yeah, they were...
We went over the patch.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got that covered. I got the Antspur Rapier. I explored most of the nearby castle. Oh, I got all the way through the volcano. Not all. I didn't fight anything, but I
Nice!
got all the sites of grace. I'll show you my map probably.
Yeah.
A little bit. Because I decided I'm sick of not seeing things, and so I explored, and I got the maps for all of Caelid, all of
Nice.
the volcano, all of, or the rest of the
1 second. Yeah, Mom?
golden area with the herb tree.
The Altus Plateau.
Sure. I gotta take a look at something. I'll be right back.
Oh,
Sorry.
and I finished off, Raya Lucaria.
Nice.
The region with Raya Lucaria.
Yeah.
The whip has 69 frost build-up on it, and that makes me very funny. Makes me very happy that it worked out that way.
Alright, and this is already pushing them towards the mountain, because that's the way they can get up. Ah, they can't break the fence. Eventually there will be an enemy that can break the fence, I just know it. I don't even know that for sure, it's just I feel it in my bones. If it were this easy. You know?
I mean, they could break the fence given time. It's more just a matter of, resistance.
Look at all of our citizens that we have kidnapped and converted into builders. This is not a cult. Get on. You needn't say another word, Cassander. I saw you squirreling away those cabbages for me. You know, chests ain't just useful for storing stuff. You can use them to share stuff with us, too. I recommend you fill them up with loads of lovely food. Ever since the children of Oregon banned us from making new things, we've been forced to rely on their handouts to survive. But to heck with that, now we can grow our own food and stuff our gobs till we're fit to pop. Oh, by the way, Cassandra, these seeds you planted won't last forever. Once you've harvested them enough time, they won't grow no more. So don't feel like you need to harvest everything just because you can. You can only eat so much, you know. You'll be complaining about an empty stomach soon. Hello, Cassander. We've got ourselves a proper little farm now, ain't we? It's blimmin' brilliant having a builder like you around. But more than anything, it's nice to have so much food. I could definitely get used to not being hungry all the time. Of course, there's something a bit demeaning about scarfing down old raw cabbages straight out of a chest. We need a way of eating that's a bit more civilized. What do you reckon, Cassander? Think you can invent something like that? If you do, then do me a favor and put it outside, will ya? I've always wanted to enjoy a meal while looking out over our fields. Of course, it ain't civilized to sit in the mud. Neither. I'll need a table to sit at and a simple stool to sit on. Then just stick whatever new culinary contraption you come up with on top, and job's a good done. Job's a good one. Simple supper set. Let's build this building up. It's not gonna be much, all things considered. Like, could probably end up being a second toilet. When we get a toilet. The toilet quest. I'm gonna go put this sconce in the other one too. Carve out this spot. Okay, and then I'm gonna... That'll be that settled. We can place down a stairwell. Up to here. And instead of that, what we're gonna do... Talk to Barn Guy. Hargon be praised. Yo. Okay, Mulch. Hargon be praised. The barn is just as I had imagined it. Cassander, I can't hide it any longer. Ever since I came to your farm, ever since I saw the wondrous things you've built, I've fallen in love with building. There's no point in fighting it. I'll just have to say my goodbyes to the children of Hargon and become a builder like you. Oh, great and powerful Hargon, I beg your forgiveness for the sins I am to commit. Do not turn me into a dog, I pray. Sounds like you want to be turned into a dog. Well, Cassander, I hope this incident has proven instructive for you. If nothing else, you have learned that rooms can come in various sizes. I wouldn't be surprised if people petition for your rooms of specific sizes and... I wouldn't be surprised if people petition you for rooms of specific sizes in the future. It won't always be easy, but you should do what you can to accommodate their requests. Anyway, as proof that I no longer serve the children of Hargon, I would like you to have these. I denied you before, but I shall do so no longer. 10 more cabbage seeds. 10 more wheat seeds. Right.
I was able to defeat the guy.
Nice.
So now I have repeating thrust to thrust repeatedly,
Right.
as I'm sure Mitsuru does.
So what I want to do here, I think, is I want to make a staircase up, like give paths in.
Amusingly, I am completely up smithing stones. Level 1 smithing stones.
Oh,
I
fun.
have oodles of the rest of them, but I don't have any of the first kind, meaning I can't level up to the rapier just yet.
Rip.
And I can't buy them from the old lady either.
Yeah, you need to find... Welcome back.
I can buy 4 and 5 from her, but
You need to
talking
find
about?
this
One and
smithing
two.
stones.
Smithing stones.
You need to find the smithing stone... You need to find a particular bell bearing that I cannot remember the name of. Smithing stone miner, I think. 1.
I'm looking it up. Oh, I got it. At the Lucaria Crystal Tunnel, that's where I need to go. And, actually, I've already been there, I just didn't finish it. I was holding off on doing it. I used to be so proud of myself for finding all the tunnels all the time, and then I just looked at the map closely, and I was like, no, they're just on there. I'm just not looking at the map.
To be
I
fair,
tried
you
to-
don't... I mean, they're on the map, but, like... It's not... It's not as obvious as you might think for a minute, because it does just kind of look like a hole that's been burnt
Yeah.
into the map.
The little
Yeah.
eclipse one.
Yeah.
I genuinely, I don't have very much to complain about in regards to the map in Elden Ring. It's like one of the few aspects I don't have major complaints with. But sometimes they choose to highlight things that I don't think are map worthy. For example, why do I need to know where the telescopes are?
I don't know.
And why is the icon for them so big?
What are the telescopes again?
They're little telescopes that you can use to look around the map. Not the
Oh,
map,
it's
but like
out.
look around the region.
They're quite literally telescopes, which is why I was so confused.
Yeah. Sorry. What were you saying? About
I
the
don't even know.
yeah.
Oh, I need to work down.
No, actually, yeah, we'll leave that. And then
Yeah, I know. What you mean.
it is time to start beautification.
No.
That's true.
Oh my god, the Lumio City beautification project.
Yeah.
I can't believe that's the setup for Legends DA. I'm so excited.
I'm so glad that this comes with the ability to jump people.
I
In an
think I'm
alleyway.
just curious to see that, like, so surely there's going to be Team Flare references, and like the philosophy of Lysander, I'm sure, goes into the idea of a beautification project,
Right?
just naturally, right? So are we cleansing the undesirables from Paris?
No.
Not we, but like the enemy. Like, is that the vibe? Because that could absolutely be the vibe. Like, the thing about Pokemon is that I think they understand that they get a lot of leeway thrown their way. Just because, like, oh, we're the children's company, and so they get to do some crazy shit. Such as Team Flare, which, at least aesthetically, is the Nazi party. Which, you know,
Yeah.
slay, I guess, I don't know. Like, it's just aesthetics, and, like, there's differences, obviously.
All right. There we go.
Because Team Flare's thing, their philosophy is less that, like, cleanse the world of undesirables, more we are desirables. And so that slight difference helps, especially because we are desirables just because we can pay the fee to join, so only the rich should survive in the new world. It's a whole
Right.
thing. Anyway, Team Flare is it's crazy. It's part of why I'm excited to go back to Kalos, because we left some stuff on the table there for sure.
Yeah.
With the whole
decent chunk of things, really.
Yeah. Like, Team Flare's the one that I'm not upset by, but, like, kind of stuck on a little bit. Because, like, I know most people, or, like, a lot of the fans, it's Zygarde, as, like, we really should know more about Zygarde.
Right.
But to me, I truthfully don't care very much. My thing is, what the fuck is going on with Team Flare? Why is, like, it seems to only be composed of, like, the rich. And also, you have to add in the fact that, like, Lysander's family were historically kings. And there's a level that, like, of, like, narcissism comes with that. Or, like, almost a, oh, my bloodline allows me to make these decisions, and I'm
Divine right of
deserving
kings.
of making these decisions. Yeah, even like it's a modern take or a modern version of Divine Right of Kings, because the thing that makes him more deserving of making these choices isn't.
Sorry, 1 second. I gotta run to the restroom.
Isn't so much the fact that he descends from kings, but it's the fact that he's a billionaire. And he's a tech entrepreneur. That's what makes him better than everyone else.
Nice.
And when X and Y released, that was
Yeah.
that was an aspect.
I'll think about it.
Oh my god.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was still muted.
That was an aspect of it. But sadly, it was never explored because I think they realized they wanted to sexualize Lysander, which is fair, and it worked. It worked. I am wanting to fuck that man, even though he's French. Despite his Frenchness, I'm into it. So I guess we can deem that a success. East Riley Lucaria Gate, that's where I need to go.
Oh shit. Again, I'm sorry about that.
You're fine.
About like I said, I genuinely thought I was still muted.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay, BB. There you. Yeah. This is my BB. There are many other BBs like that, but this one is mine.
Is the resemblance of the baby in that game and Renala's ugly ass child coincidental?
Coincidental? Much to consider.
I'm genuinely asking. Is there any world in which they took inspiration? Like, I mean, I know there's only so many ways to draw a fetus. If that's something you're choosing to do for some reason.
I think that maybe Kojima does hang out with a lot of other Japanese developers, but I don't know specifically if it was. I think that's just the way that, like, like babies are drawn over there, maybe. Because, like, I know that. Oh god. Because I know that BB, you know, is supposed to be a sympathetic character, while the fucking, you know, or I keep forgetting. Is it Rolana or Renala?
I don't know. You're asking the guy who knows nothing about anything.
The lady who owns the daycare. That boss.
Has to be a side of race around here, right? Right? Surely. Entering a dungeon, there has to be one. Let me look up the official map. I have that shit bookmarked. I don't know. I will say not the official map, the Map Genie map, the fan-made one.
Yeah.
Scares the shit out of me because they always default to having every icon on. And there's well over 1,000, probably approaching 2,000 of those. While why on earth would they do that? I don't know. There's not a site of grace at the top of this dungeon, so could it be that they're actually going to put it at the bottom of the elevator where I want it?
Which one are you at?
Could there have been a good decision here?
Because, like, I will say that you generally don't get the name of the dungeon until you're close to the,
The Raya Lucaria Crystal Tunnel.
Oh, yeah. I think that
I
one's
knew where I
down
was
there.
going here, because there's, for the smithing stone thing.
Yeah, everybody
so
does
frustrating, because I literally have, like, every other type.
Yeah.
Oh,
Except
I forgot I
the
have
one
to
you
whip the
want.
miners. I have to whip the laborers for effective damage.
Yeah.
Which is bad for me. It's a bad look for Mitsuru Kirijo to be whipping the laborers to death, but you know. It's not like there's any living people in this setting to witness her doing it.
Yeah. It is kind of like, not entirely obvious whether or not it's a... Oh god, hold on. I'm in a ghost zone. And I've got to be careful. But yeah, it's not exactly clear
Here's
in
a Breath of the Wild precipice.
Dark Souls / Soulsborne games whether or not the, Well, to be fair, like in the previous Souls games, like the worlds are basically explicitly dead or dying. So it makes sense for that, are these people alive kind of question to exist. I will say Elden Ring, in its pursuit of having a more normal story, doesn't really do that to the same extent.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? If that makes any sense. Like the world of Elden Ring is still supposed to be like, there are people in there. Kenneth Haight, like
know.
literally is like a noble, and like unless, like, I guess what I'm trying to say is that Dark Souls was explicitly post-apocalyptic. If Elden Ring is post-apocalyptic, it's post-immediate apocalypse. You know, like the apocalypse happening.
If they meant for there to be living people in this setting, they failed. However, I don't. It just doesn't feel like that was the intention, so I'm not worried about it.
Yep.
I know the laborers have learned magic.
What?
The laborers have learned magic. Despite the fact that they're illiterate and lower class and less important than me. I'm in the mines.
Yeah. You're in the Celia mine. That makes sense.
The Raya Lucaria, yeah.
Yeah.
And I was so excited because the site of grace is at the bottom of the elevator for the first time. Good game design won out in the end.
But yeah, like, I like the ambiguity, but I don't think that was really intended with Elden Ring. Because, you know, they had George R.R. Martin in in the writers, like, helping Miyazaki with the world building, but it feels like...
Yeah.
It feels like they're trying to tell a linear story at times.
This feels like... How do I phrase this? It feels like they wanted to make an interesting world, and then a story just kind of fell into place at the end, which is a nice bonus.
Kinda, yeah. I can see that.
Like, oh, I want this crystal area with rock monsters. You know, and I want this mold area with a bunch of fucking mushrooms. Like, you know, it feels like the setting was decided, and then they're like, I guess we can put a fetus in here and say it's something. Like, at the end.
This does ultimately come back to
Good.
the fact that Elden Ring actually did have a couple of fairly obvious story drafts.
Yeah.
With, like, I was mentioning things that are artifacts of earlier drafts. The Knights Cavalry are artifacts of earlier drafts. Of an earlier
Really?
draft, actually. Originally, they were supposed to be Margit's assassins that he sends after you.
Huh. Huh. I guess I can see that. But, yeah.
That was very
Um,
satisfying to me.
But instead, they're now just here because they were fully concepted out and probably, like, boss designed. Even though, well, they don't have a purpose anymore.
Yeah.
They're a neat little encounter because, you know, it's a time-specific encounter.
Yeah, but that's about it.
Yeah. They just don't have their original purpose. There's a bunch of stuff like that, really.
Margit in general feels a little not bad. I get the idea. It's just it feels like something is missing from him. Why the fuck does he appear in an optional encounter in a crater that in an area that you're probably on your horse for? Like, I know I was speeding through, but it felt like a telegraphed horse area, like the horse tutorial with all the spiky defensive structures and the massive enemies that you don't really have a prayer to beating.
With, yeah,
like any
perfumer
area
bolts.
like that is a horse area. is like, we're not really expecting you to beat this. If you can, you can. If not, it's more of a set piece.
Yeah.
And so that's what that area felt like. And so to let mulch in, I rode past Margit twice, not knowing that he was there.
Yeah. Oh,
because
yeah.
he said the first line, and then I was like, I guess someone's talking to me, but I can't find him. And Cass was like, that was Margit, you dumbass.
Yeah, ma.
I
was like,
I
was
wasn't
supposed to
saying it
know.
like that.
Of course you weren't. I just felt stupid. I'm gonna go back and beat him eventually. I'm a little sidetracked now. And I probably won't get anything for it, but you know. He's my old friend. He's the guy I point and laugh at because I don't understand how he's such a wall.
Mm-hmm.
I'm obsessed with these miners though, with the fact that they use their staves as like, it looks like welding almost.
Yeah, oh yeah, no, the mining torch thing is, I think, one of my favorite,
God.
like, little, details.
Oh wait. Maybe it's a puzzle. Maybe it's a puzzle and I don't need to do it. I'm looking at. Nope. Hmm. I hate how often enemies survive on like a sliver of health and then I turn around.
Yeah.
I need to remember that in this dungeon, just so happens my whip is strong enough to two-shot with change left over.
Let's see. I had a... Once Mulch is back, I have a discussion topic for today.
Impossible.
There we go. I'm back.
Welcome back. So, what I was thinking of as a discussion topic for today is fusions. Genre fusions, or at least game genre fusions, because there's, you know, a bunch of things you can do with fusion as concept.
Yeah. Well, I'm playing a pretty weird fusion right now, to be fair.
Yeah.
I know I'm talking about it a lot, but, like, it's kind of hard to pin down what Death Stranding is. Is it a stealth game? Kinda. Is it an action game? Sometimes. Like, it's interesting how all the pieces, like, do and don't come together. I guess I was psyched.
Right?
But,
The reason this is the discussion topic for today is because we're playing a fusion on stream, even. This is kind of a fusion of Terraria and Dragon Quest. The Dragon Quest is obvious. Well, not really a genre, but like the style, I guess. Terraria isn't a genre, but like it might as well be because there's very few games that are like it.
yeah, I can agree with that.
Like, there's Starbound, which wanted to be a
One of those kind of
sci-fi
games.
Terraria, but you know there's so much going on there.
Wasn't the team like genuinely shitty to people?
The lead was genuinely shitty to people, and then it had the problem of some systems only existed because they were the pet project of somebody who left before they were finished.
Because I have Starbound, and that game is drowning in its own shit. Not when I say shit, I mean like in its own stuff, kind of deal. Anyway, what were you gonna say? I'm sorry.
It's excesses.
Yeah, excess. It's choking on its own excess. It feels.
Yeah. It has too much going on sometimes. Yeah, and
Like a snake eating its own tail.
it's snake eats tail. It's the infinity
You
sign.
eat yourself out.
Yeah.
She eats herself out. Whatever.
Get a
I have to
tattoo.
contribute something because I don't know what you're talking about.
But yeah,
Oh, yeah.
like
Some Mattel quotes, I suppose that's what it must be.
But yeah, so it's Starbound is a game of excess because they had a lot of ideas going into it, as you do. But then, you know, execution didn't really work out.
Yeah.
Yes, they are.
It was originally going to be like a full-on sci-fi building survival game with a hunger meter and tools to break blocks.
Right.
Um,
You have a spaceship.
You had a spaceship that you could fuel with basically anything. Coal, wood, paper, plant matter.
Quick question.
Yeah.
I hate to interrupt. Stake of America, is that the little, like, voodoo doll looking thing? That
Yes.
someone sticks out of the ground? Or is that the summoning thing?
Okay, so a Stake of America, the summoning thing always looks the same. It's a little man on a curved cross.
Uh-huh.
The Stake of America is a statue of the goddess America. She's never on, like, a cross. It's usually got her arms out regardless. Head may or may not be present. It's like a little voodoo doll, basically.
Okay. Just wondering, because I'm seeing the sulfur door and I'm not seeing a stake.
Some of them don't have Stakes of America near them.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go back up the floor to see if I missed something.
There should be, like, if there is a Stake of America near a boss door, there'll be a little icon in the upper left under your stamina in the shape of the stake.
Mm.
Some dungeons just don't have them. Alright, exercise. Okay, I'll be right back. Gotta do the squats, and then I'll get to talking about the fusions more.
A man is in the distance. I will beat him up and steal his package.
Oh, also I killed, the Revenger.
Good.
I forget his name.
Honestly, I don't remember his name either. I just remember him as
I was
the
pissed at
Revenge.
them.
Really?
I was like, I helped you out from your slave rebellion because you had slaves. So,
Oh, that guy. Yeah, yeah.
I'd say thank you for that to start. So I helped you out of your little predicament because your daughter asked. Save your ass. Guide you to your daughter. Offer some small comfort when your daughter's dead. And then you attack me.
Pox. A pox on your house.
Oh, I understand what I should have done. And what I did not do.
What?
There's an elevator I was supposed to unlock.
Mm.
And I didn't.
Alright, we're gonna make it. Where is it? Online post. There we go. Oh, it's the rock. He exercising.
One, two,
Oh, now yes. There we go.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Woo.
Hee hee hee. They
Knees.
never knew. Oh.
Well, hopefully that fixed it.
Addition to the Druid's
Why not?
Jacket. Enemies within the area of the ability when used have to beat a DC reflex save. Makes sense. Alright. So, we're playing a game that is basically Dragon Quest plus Terraria. Terraria does all these, Terraria does all these, like, rooms and such, and this progression system. Dragon Quest gives us all of the theming and the story and the that stuff. And the reason I bring this up, and I more brought it over to genre, is that I'm so excited to finally have a game that is going to hopefully scratch an itch I've had for a while, which is the Harvest Moon farming game plus a city builder. And that game... Huh?
No, never mind.
Yeah, what's the game?
Rune Factory Guardians of Azama.
Oh, yeah! That's coming out soon, ain't it?
That is another game that I really desperately want.
Do we know if we could be gay in that?
I think they have confirmed, yes.
Do they support gay people?
I think they have...
I love this guy.
I think they have confirmed yes, though I would look it up.
But yeah.
Thanks. Thanks, Cassander. Now I can marvel at the wonder of nature without ever getting hungry. Still, I can't quite get my head around it. We tell you what we want, and the next thing you know, you're invented something new and you're running off to build it. It's worth knowing that things don't necessarily have to be in a room. You put something like a bed or a chair outside and we'll still use it, and happily, too. That's not to say we don't want you to make us nice rooms. If we can enjoy your creations indoors in lovely, appealing surroundings, we'll be all the more appreciative. The other thing to remember is to try putting things together to make sense. Anyone, like that little table, chair, and cutlery combo, anyone in town who sees that will know exactly what it's for and use it when they want to. You know what would make it even better if that simple supper set you made me actually had some food in it. After all, what use is a bowl if it ain't got some gorgeous grub in it? I think we'd all appreciate a lush breakfast when we wake up each morning, and after work in the fields, a lunch wouldn't go amiss either. Oh, and dinner too, for that matter. Don't over-harvest, but also feed us, feed us, feed us.
I was worried for nothing. I did first try that little mini-boss.
Nice.
The Crystal Aria.
Oh, yeah.
Which, in terms of appearance, favorite boss in the game, actually. All crystal matador with chakrams? What the hell?
Oh, yeah, they've got
they're being cunty, you know?
There are 3 versions of that. Chakrams, spear, and staff.
Like, mama, who allowed this?
Alright. I think that is finally the end of the extra quests for this stage of Furrowfield. So we're gonna harvest wheat tomorrow.
To engage with the discussion topic, sadly, I do not know of many games off the top of my head that meld the two, but I know games that include, or try to include, a feature of. We talked yesterday about how a lot of games include platforming when they're not platformers.
Right.
To make success. Elden Ring is not exempt from this, and is in fact extremely guilty.
What spawned it?
Hello Neighbor, which is a game that I have been haunted by, actually.
Apparently,
has a lot
the Hello
platform,
Neighbor
and
movie.
I mean that.
Apparently, the Hello Neighbor movie has somebody who worked on the Five Nights at Freddy's movie on it.
I
In a
think the Hello
creative
Neighbor
role.
movie is actually going to be pretty good because it has a very good premise. Like, Hello Neighbor as an idea is a good idea. Of, like... It's kind of a general serial killer vibe of, like, this really nice man next door has a horrible dark secret. Like, I know that's McCarthyism, but, like, McCarthyism can be kind of cunt, I guess. I don't know.
Huh?
We're talking about
No.
Hello Neighbor.
Yeah, the Hello Neighbor movie. And, like,
Oh,
the
there's a
idea of Hello
movie?
Neighbor is...
Yeah.
You know, appearances can be deceiving. This guy in this, like, little diamond vest who looks like a nerd who gets, like, shoved in lockers can still kill children. And that's equal opportunity careers right there. We support that. So, the movie will be fine. The game is fucked. And the reason the game is fucked in a lot of ways is that platforming became a main feature. It started as like, oh, a puzzle involved it, and then it became kind of infamous, and everyone joked about it. And so instead, and like all the box stacking that you had to do, and the developers were like, oh, that means they love it. We should have more of it. Which is
In
not
Hello
the case.
Neighbor?
Oh, we
Oh,
were
Hello
making fun
Neighbor,
of
yeah.
it. Yes,
I got it confused with We Happy Few. Yeah, no, Hello Neighbor
but
sucks.
that's a negative example. There are a
Yeah.
lot of positive examples of games that include other features from other genres to great effect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When Fire Emblem included a dating system, everyone liked that.
They love
it
to
is
pretend
now to
they
the
don't.
point that it is Fire. Like, people think that is Fire Emblem now. When that started halfway through the series, it started in
Awakening.
Ike. It started, like, the support system started in Path of Radiance in, like, actual detail, in terms of people can be romanceable. In the sense of, like, romance became more of a feature, because supports existed in FE4. Well, in FE4 you could marry people, but there wasn't really much of a support system there. It was just, if they fought together a lot, they would naturally marry.
Yeah.
In Path of Radiance, which, you know, Path of Radiance is fairly far off the timeline, supports happened, and some of them were romantic, and an awakening was the one that's like, what if you sucked Matthew Mercer on the lips? What if you did that? And, you know, Awakening saved the franchise.
You had to
It was a
outsource
huge
your hype
critical
to Matt
success.
Pat.
You did have to outsource your hype to Matt Pat. And the funny thing is, Matt Pat, of all people, he said no. And if he says no to your mascot horror game,
You're fucked.
that's some shit. That's some shit. It's horrible.
Like,
And you know, I
The-
support desperate horrors in desperate times. I support being slutty and showing ass to make money. I'm fine with that. And I don't diss Hello Neighbor for what they did in begging on the street. But it didn't bode well, is all I'll say. Oh, pause for the story.
you give me just a second.
Please shut this man up.
Wow, the Deity's looking stronger than ever. Haggle and heal slimes, Cassander. You've done it. You've completed every one of the pastor's tasks. You have rebuilt Furrowfield's fields and produced a bountiful harvest. The earth itself has been imbued with the power of growth. It is this that has given strength to the Deity. In turn, the great tree will extend her blessings to your farm, protecting the fruits of your labor with her holy power. So the Deity gives strength to the farm, and the farm gives strength to the Deity. They both help each other out. Indeed, very astute of you, child. But now you have outlived your usefulness. Your farming career ends here. What? I jest. Keep your beard on. Our work is not done yet. After all, there's still more to do to see the Deity attain her true form. There is? Well, I suppose it did all seem a little bit too easy. If you wish to see the deity restored to her full strength, you will have no choice but to work your fingers to the bone in her service. I shall explain to you as soon enough what must be next achieved. But for now, let me bid you congratulations on a hard task well done. I want to eat the tree. Yeah, it does look candy-coated. Bum-bum. Don't celebrate too soon. Something tells me we've got company. I'm gonna finish harvesting all this wheat.
Fire Emblem included the dating system, and that has become a major focus, and that was really the final ingredient to skyrocket Fire Emblem to success, at least relative to where it was. You know, Fire Emblem always had this ideal of you being attached to your army, and the emotional weight that has, and so you have to play maps and really work hard to not let any of them die. But that, truthfully, and I love FE4, if Noish died,
Nisha.
I didn't feel too bad, honestly. You know? Now, if I was playing Awakening and Sully died, well, that's my bestie Sully, who has a daughter and a husband. You know?
Sure.
That's important.
BRB.
And then we get to Three Houses, where we then include a pet raising simulator in the mix. And your pets are your students. You have to feed them regularly, spend time with them to grow their stats. You know? So in addition to the romancing, you're also raising them in a lot of ways, like Nintendogs. And that's part of the attachment. Three Houses, they give you, like, they basically give you everyone at the beginning, and then you raise them from there. Which is something no other Fire Emblem does, and so a big part of its appeal, and I think what it's most successful at, is the pet raising part, where you take Ash, and he starts worthless, and he ends up as, like, odds are, a Bow Knight or a Wyvern Lord. And that feels satisfying. Despite the reality of the situation. And so, that's another, like, I would count that a little bit as genre mixing, because that is drastically changing the formula. To get that appeal, and to change what you're going for. The Fire Emblems have that. Oh, we've seen a lot of games try to Breath of the Wild it up. That's been a trend recently, some better than others.
And Breath of the Wild in and of itself is also a fusion in this regard, because it's The Legend of Zelda with the Ubisoft game.
Yeah. And so, like, Breath of the Wild has become a genre. We know the Breath of the Wild camera shot, right? Like, that's, I think, the thing we all understand and have seen.
Right.
You're in a dark, closed area, and you go out on a cliff, the light blinds you for a moment, and, like, it's specifically the camera gets covered.
Hey, Sean.
And then you see the landscape. Only example come to mind right now is Elden Ring, but there are more who do it.
Genshin does it. Wuthering Waves did it in their second update in Renacita, except instead of it being a dark cave, you're in a dark elevator going up to see the entirety of Renacita.
Yeah. Yeah. What was I saying? Yeah, open world has become a selling point. And I hate this trend. Side note, when you make a world open, you immediately lose control over it, and balancing becomes hell. Some games pull it off, some really don't, even remotely. This is where I get into Pokemon Scarlet and Violet.
Mm-hmm.
Games that I genuinely really like, and I really enjoyed my time playing them. However, it's a bit of a catastrophe.
A little bit.
Because they don't, how do I phrase this? They don't balance around the open world at all. Granted, I don't even know how you would.
Well, the way you balance around an open world, frankly, is that you have to have some areas just be places you're not supposed to be at any point in time. The problem with Breath of the Wild is that they choose to do balance by, like, you've got the temperature gimmick, and that's it, because Breath of the Wild only has about, like, 5 enemies.
Yeah.
Lynels, Bokoblins, Moblins, Lizalfos, Keese. 7 enemies. I'm counting all the Guardians and the little robot variants as the same enemy type. Some Breath of the Wild enemies are a royal pain in the ass, yeah. Oh yeah, the Yiga. So 8 or 9 enemy types. And the Yiga don't... The Yiga are not used as, I'm going to say, an enemy, a common enemy. They're just an ambush.
Yeah.
They're not, it's not that they're easy to beat, but, oh yeah, Tears of the Kingdom had way more enemies, from what I remember. And that was just in the opening area, because I haven't gotten off of that, really. But, like, the way you balance an open world game is that you pick areas where, like, you're not supposed to be here this early. Like, Elden Ring, technically speaking, is balanced around the idea that you shouldn't be able to go literally everywhere immediately. You can, because the horse is decently designed for escaping, and so you can, if you know what you're doing, run into an area you're not supposed to be, grab a bunch of items and graces, and then leave.
Yeah.
With very little to kill you.
This is why...
Yeah, Caled.
Note, I think if you just got rid of the second jump on the horse... I'm not saying that issue would be resolved, but I would have a harder time evading specifically enemies with range. It's the fact that I can zigzag with the double jump that really just, like...
If you get rid of the double jump, it also gets rid of a lot of the thing that's supposed to be going on there. Like, the double jump is ultimately so that you can have the parkour down the wall segments.
See, but those aren't very good. See, but I would like it if those were common. Personally.
It also makes any other horse parkour easier. Because it allows you to, it allows you to readjust mid-jump.
That is fair, valid, etc. Where is... I'm finally going back to all the catacombs I've been putting off. I was able to get the Antspur Rapier up to plus 15. Which I gather is pretty good.
Oh my god, wait,
Also,
they brought back likes in...
Also, you go. actually.
They brought back likes in the Breath of the Wild environment of your weapons break and your shields break. And everything breaks. Ew.
If you want to be turned on, by the way, my equipment load is 70, and my current equipment 35 even.
Oh, nice. We love a
I'm a
satisfying number.
mathematician.
Okay, where was I?
And doesn't Vigor boost your equip load?
No, Vigor increases health. Endurance boosts
never
your
mind.
equip load.
I was gonna say, oh, if I didn't accidentally level up Vigor, then this wouldn't have worked out. And it was gonna be even cooler. But now it's not. So thanks for that.
Oh no,
Oh my god!
Pastor Al is falling in love with Rosie.
I read the tutorial for the first time, and I realized, or I read the screen for the first time, and I realized I can look at the graces in a drop-down list instead of just scrolling around. Crazy.
On my
say
side,
that was
it helps me fast to like find them faster to just scroll.
Oh, I said I was gonna go back to the beginning and kill that guy. Where is the beginning? No, that's Castle. Oh, I never did gather from that minor archery at the beginning. Oopsie.
Oh no, waste of a cabbage.
I love they're called spoil spores. I just love Dragon Quest puns.
Because
I coming back.
Lamau. Because I
Wasn't
played
fun.
Elden Ring when it first came out, I don't recall the drop-down list with the OG game. Yeah, it was added in a later patch.
I was telling my friend that I was trying Elden Ring, and while we were thrift shopping, and she turned to me and she said, "If you're turning straight, you have to tell me this information."
I say this, Souls-likes are queer
I was
culture.
like- yeah, I was gonna maybe tell her that, and I realized I'm not really a Souls-like person, so I'm not the guy to say. But I was like, I was kind of I was thinking, I was like, well, I was kind of introduced by Mulch, who isn't straight, but he's not like queening out, you know. So I don't think he automatically makes it, you know, safe. It's like when I told her I played my first game of Call of Duty because my little brother kept like me and like bullying me about it, and she was like, "Oh no."
This is gonna be a waste of like 2 other well, no, actually, I think I can lift them. Yes, thank God.
Okay. Oh, I forgot about the big turtle guy with the fucking house on his back.
Oh yeah, the mausoleum.
Yeah.
I mean, I would totally abuse the explosive spores because Cookie like Big Boom. Yeah, the problem is, if they're let to explode properly, Cookie, they turn the they turn the soil to goop and the plants to dead.
Am I supposed to ring the bell?
No, you're supposed to. Do you see a lot of skulls on its legs? Break those off.
I see white things.
Yeah, those are the skulls. Break those off. And keep an eye on it because it will... Huh?
I said I have to clean it off. All the
Yeah.
acne.
And keep an eye on that as it will, the goop we're walking in, you know, this grody goop. Every last one of the spoil spores has been eradicated, you say? If my understanding is correct, then. Look, everyone, look at the sky! Nice! The ill wind's gone. Grumblin' gremlins, Cassander, you did it! And not a single square inch of our precious soil was spoiled! Very good indeed, Cassander. Your skills as a builder are remarkable. We, the children of Hargon, brought ruin to Furrowfield. We destroyed the Dea Tree, that life might never flourish here again. We forbade humans from building and commanded them to join us in reducing those buildings that were still standing to rubble. To an incarnation of destruction like myself, it seemed the only logical course of action. But then I saw the fragile sapling, the Dea Tree reborn, and the irrepressible force of life within it. When I saw this tree and the wonders you brought forth, young builder, I was forced to reconsider whether this was truly the right course. Yeah, I remember. You said you had a change of heart. I shall aid you, Cassander, in your quest to restore the Dea Tree to its former power. I have the necessary knowledge, but in return, I wish to witness more of your building prowess. Can you believe this, Cassander? This building thing is pretty popular. Even the pastor of the Children of Hargon is impressed. Hear me, builder. The ill wind may blow again before the Dea Tree is fully grown. Should it do so, you must destroy the spoil spores it brings, lest they undo all of our work. Alright, so what about the other stuff you needed us to do for the Dea Tree? Come on, spill the beans. Very well. I shall tell you what must be done to see the Dea Tree grow tall and true. Listen well. You must grow crops of 5 different varieties. But that is not all. These 5-fold crops must cover a total of 250 squares of soil within the farm's boundaries. You may need to search the island thoroughly to find the different types of seeds you will require. 5 different crops? We've already got cabbages and wheat, so that means we'll need to find 3 more kinds of seeds. There are a great number of seeds hidden throughout the land. I suggest you work together to seek them out. What's the matter, Cassander? Is there something you want to say? What? You think it's time I officially joined your fellowship? Do you not know who I am? I could never join forces with a despicable builder. I wash my hands of this whole sorry affair right here and now. I jest. I would be glad to join you. If I am to become a member of your village, I should introduce myself more properly. My name is Al, and I am the pastor of this island. You may call me Pastor Al.
Like pastoral.
Yes. Or how about altruistic Al? No, I think perhaps we best stick with Pastor. Pastor Al joins the Furrowfield farm team.
Okay.
Welcome back, Mulch. What?
Hey.
I just got Kingdom Hearts 3 spoilers, and possibly the funniest way possible. And I'm just gonna send the image to you. Because it was just a meme that appeared on my blue sky.
Yep. The people of Furrowfield used to hold a great big festival when they harvested their crops. I think we should do the same when we finish growing the Dea Tree. A harvest festival? I've got no idea what one of those is, but it sounds fun! But before we can start thinking about that, we'll have to find all the different seeds we need. So let's get cracking.
Also, quick question. Should I duplicate Godric or Benalla?
Probably neither, given that they don't have anything for you if you're doing a dex build.
Right. So I did the mausoleum. Well, at least now I know what the mausoleum does.
Yeah. The mausoleum with a bell can duplicate any any remembrance of a character that drops a great rune. Oh.
Yeah?
I hear barking.
Hi.
So, Cassandra, any ideas how we're gonna find some more seeds? Aside from the wheat and cabbages we already have, we need to find 3 more kinds. If only we had a Furrowfield retriever. Those dogs have the best sense of smell of anything alive. They'd be able to sniff out some seeds in a jiffy. What? How long has she been there? Huh? Is there something over there? I bet she's going to lead us to the seeds we need. Malroth shares the same VA as Silver Fullbuster from Fairy Tale, Diluculum in Farmagia, Gris and Gregory in Fire Emblem Engage in the Japanese dub. I bet she's going to lead us to the seeds we need. It can't just be a coincidence that she arrived exactly when we needed her. The Deity must have summoned her to help us. Chance would be a fine thing. What do you say, Cassandra? Shall we go and take a look? All right.
Pokemon Legends Arceus was kind of crazy in a lot of ways, but one of the ways it was interesting was the semi-open world, as in you're let loose in an area, and it's a very large area, and you can explore freely in that with no barriers.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think is the best way to introduce an open world, if your game is not used to it, instead of just like dropping the bomb.
Whoa! Check it out, Cassandra. This place is completely different to the rest of the island. It's some kind of marsh. I bet we can find all sorts of new stuff here. Let's take a look around. Hey, what's that? There's a grubby little There's a grubby little rat over there. Let's make him tell us all about this place.
He's so judgy.
Yeah, he is. Wish it got a DLC, though. Yeah. I still need to get it and play it. Okay, I don't need these. Oh, hey, big guys.
Stress.
DQ11 and 7 Rebirth? Oh, there's a lot of games I need to finish, yeah.
I'm sorry?
Was reading Sean's reply. I'm a little disappointed by 7 Rebirth.
Yeah.
I was hoping that those dropped seeds. What a waste. What's a human doing
7
here?
Rebirth. Oh,
Let's not discuss 7 too much if he's partway through it, because there are spoilers for the game itself
yes.
that I know, and I don't
was
want to
gonna
let
say
them
one
slip.
sentence, which is, I'm waiting to see if I can ever play the full story of FF7, because they're splitting it up into parts. We've covered Rebirth and the name of the other one. I've covered,
Remake.
I believe, the first disc of the 3
Yeah.
discs. So, granted, the other 2 discs I believe are shorter, but
Yeah, they are.
regardless, a lot of territory to cover, and that's why I'm like, oh, you know.
What's a human doing here? Going on a picnic, are you? That'd explain the grin. This is Furrowfield Bog. You don't want to get lost here, so I suggest you touch this naviglobe before heading further in. The fat rats and bodkins around here won't give you any trouble. In fact, if you're having trouble, it can't hurt to chat with one and see what they have to say.
Ooh, ouch.
I'll say this, 7 is still its own story, and the directors said that the remake trilogy are their own thing.
Yes. Cass and I are not satisfied with certain changes or lack thereof, but there's some things going on. I will say, to keep it spoiler-free, I like that the previously optional characters don't seem to be that way anymore.
Yeah,
Specifically Yuffie, which
and
I've always liked her.
I believe
So-
Vincent Valentine was another one that was previously optional.
Yes. I don't like him though, so whatever.
I
He
like
also,
him.
Vincent's funny in the sense that, like, I keep forgetting he got his own game. Like, why? I know why. It was the 2000s, he's a vampire. But, like,
Hey,
jeez.
hey
They did
Mulch.
get Matthew Mercer for him, though, which is everything you ever want.
Yeah.
Oh my god. This is just...
Went back and defeated the first surgery avatar. First try,
Nice.
okay. Right, totally forgot to do that. Opaline Bubble Tear.
When mixed into your flask of wondrous physic, it
I need
gives
to get
you...
to work on that.
I believe
Anyway.
that's the one that gives you a limited duration damage negation increase.
Interesting.
I can't remember. There's also one bubble tier that, like, or one tier that gives you just full on basically 90% damage negation for a single hit. And I cannot remember which one that is.
Yeah, to
Okay.
close my thoughts there, I have issues with FF7, as in just the story of FF7, and issues
Welcome
with
back, Malt.
the remake and how they're going about the remake. They did not fix my issues with FF7. I didn't expect them to, though. Just because my issues are like, I'm not an angst person. I don't fuck with angst very much, and it's a very angsty game. Very muted colors, very cyberpunk, everyone's wearing black, and all of their parents are dead. And we are Twilight. We only have one vampire, but Cloud does feel Twilight. You know, it's stuff like that. It's like, oh my god. But that was never going to be fixed. It's simply the way they're going about the remake that sort of exhausts me. And that is my closing.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Alright. For me, it just got a little... For me, I got spoiled on one particular part of Rebirth, and it just frustrated me to no end.
Yes, that I will like, the thing cast I'm out, I share that frustration, but I probably still would have, like, if I get the opportunity to play through all of the parts and get the story of FF7, on like a platform that I have, you know,
Oh wait, no, it's probably not playable on Mac.
Oh no, Square Enix, like no Square Enix game is available on Mac.
Yeah.
I mean, I can, you know, Yarhar Fidelity, the original one. I was talking about just like this new story because while there are some changes they didn't make, I know they changed stuff, and I would kind of like to experience the new thing. But it's probably going to be scattered across different platforms, and it's going to be a truly humongous game in length. And I understand modern games want to like be like the experience, you know? But I don't have time for the experience.
It is in some capacity how they can justify the price point to people. Some gamers are a little too of the opinion that dollar per hour ratio should be high on the hour side, low on the dollar side, even if it means, say, a lot of faffing about Persona 5.
Yeah, it's... And I understand it on the consumer end. Like, games are not cheap. They never have been. And they are not going to be anytime soon. And so when you're looking at a game, and it looks kind of short, it's like, oh god, am I really about to spend $60,
I mean, I'm gonna...
$50, whatever, on this?
Thankfully, I didn't pay full price for Persona 5 Royal on both PC and PS4. Yeah, I paid full price for Persona 5 Royal. I pre-ordered it.
Yeah.
I paid full price for base Persona 5.
Yeah.
But that
Luckily, I didn't pay full price for base Persona 5. Thank you, Ditz.
It's because I had a job at the time.
I got Persona 5 Royal Steelbook Edition, but it was like at least a year after the original.
Damn, that's lucky, Sean. Alright. I know the dog's trying to point me to a cave, but I'd love to go a-wandering with anyone but you.
I guess that can be the next discussion topic, is like the need to be the game, because, and like be 1,000+ hour, you know, that whole vibe, because I don't disagree with the statement that games should be long experiences, at least, you know, AAA vibes. However, I count replaying a game as length.
Mm-hmm.
On a basic level, if there's a root split, replaying and playing are the same thing. But also just like, you know, if I were to measure my life out, if I were to measure my costs I spent for a game and how much time I've spent on it, you know, and stuff like that, if I was really that guy, what game would come out on top? You may be asking? Pokemon Black and White, and it's not even close. I've probably spent, throughout my life, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if I was able to measure it and it was like 6 months' time, or, you know, some crazy amount of just playing that game. Because it's Pokemon, so it's innately replayable, and it's a good game. So when I'm in a Pokemon mood, it's the game I tend to drift towards. See, also, Bayonetta is not a long game, but I replay it a lot. Some may say too much, and some would be correct.
Bayonetta does want to be replayed, given its score and time. If we're not counting MMOs, I probably spent a lot of hours replaying Thousand Year Door and its remake, and Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Yeah.
Yes!
For me, trying to think.
Oh,
Yeah, if you had to pick one.
yes, I'm
'Cause
looking
I mean,
right at
obviously, I'm counting just my life, of course.
Because Final Fantasy XIV, I have a lot of hours in that game, but I've been playing it since 2019. Yeah,
I've got a lot of hours in Helldivers, and I don't regret
already,
it.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to say... I don't want to say live service, because that...
It is a live service game.
Like, Helldivers is, but, like, is Final Fantasy XIV a live service game?
I
I think
on
there's a different vibe.
I don't know
I
what
think-
live service means, actually.
I think it. Well, live service is basically a game, usually multiplayer, that's kind of like they're gonna keep updating it
Yeah.
forever, basically, or at least as long as they can.
As long as they're making money.
Yeah, and
Like, I'm gonna say
I think
experiences that keep updating. I don't know how much you can rate those for playtime
Yeah, I wouldn't really count it.
as
Simply
a
because,
factor
like,
of length.
the big FF14 updates, you kind of got a new game at that point. So, you know, those are in a different category. Rating those is different, for sure. And the way that live service games try to keep content going has shifted. Specifically, Fortnite has changed how a lot of things work in that way.
Fortnite caused the
and,
battle
like,
pass.
yeah, no,
It caused the battle pass, and also just the speed at which updates drop in general with the seasons.
yeah.
There's always something. And any live service game now feels the pressure to keep up with that, especially because Fortnite seems ubiquitous. People I know that have never played another shooter and probably never will have played Fortnite. I've played Fortnite once and I hated it, but like I did, just because everyone is. And so of course I did it. I am not immune to propaganda.
Oh god.
I'm okay with that.
Propaganda being
Peer pressure.
peer pressure, yeah.
Or in my case, sister pressure.
I think your siblings are your peers in some capacity.
They're beneath me. And I'm okay
Ow.
with that.
I will say most live service. I will say with regards to is FF14 a live service game, I think MMOs have been grandfathered into live service, which is you
That's
can
Yeah.
a good way to put it.
like I think you can make an argument whether or not that's a good or a bad thing, but I think like at this point well, actually I should put it this way. Live service games are essentially MMO lights. Because
Roth, we are fucking under attack. Please.
'Cause you want to know it as well as Fortnite? You want to know what other game fucking made live service games super popular?
Overwatch.
No, I was gonna say Destiny. Before
Oh yeah,
that,
Destiny did that.
2014.
Actually, I did say Fortnite did the battle pass, but if I remember correctly, Destiny did the battle pass first.
No, I think Fortnite did it first. I am gonna say Fortnite did that first. But the thing about Destiny is
Fucking slugs.
the thing about Destiny is that it was basically advertised as an Yama.
As an MMO shooter.
Yeah,
Yeah,
after a bit.
which is crazy.
So in that regard, I guess you could say that like live service games are more of an offshoot
slugs.
of MMOs than they are of anything else.
I mean, ultimately, when we get down to it, there is no definition of live service game that precludes MMOs. But I didn't want to say Final Fantasy XIV was a live service game because of the connotations of live service game.
I think it's still a live service game.
No, Yes. It's the vibes of calling something a live service game. Live service, let's be real, kind of implies shit quality.
Yeah, fair.
I mean, I call Helldivers 2 a live service game, but you know my opinion on that game. It's much
Things
more
can
of a
have
neutral-
exceptions.
It's a neutral term to me.
It's not a neutral term for the larger internet,
Okay.
and that's why I was talking around it. I'm trying to be clear. The reason I was talking around saying live service game was... whatever.
I don't know. To me, it feels like, you know that our anime's cartoon? It feels like that to me.
It's not about the strict definition. It's about, like, it tends to be an insult.
Yeah.
And cartoon is an insult too.
Yes. Moving
That's
on.
why we have people calling Avatar: The Last Airbender Western anime when... yeah.
But point being, anything, I would say anything with the default experience and the default intention being multiplayer should be in a kind of a different category, because just playing with other people keeps the game sort of fresh. See, also Smash Brothers
Yeah.
kind of exists in a life on its own, or any other competitive game. It doesn't get updates almost ever, the new one.
Smash.
And then, like, Melee has obviously settled years ago. But the meta changes, and that's enough.
Oh god, I hate Smash meta. Y'all should
It's a
play a
lot.
different game.
Yeah. I agree with that.
No items, Fox only, Final Destination. Y'all just play Street Fighter. But yeah.
See, also, like, yeah, any fighter, any party game. See, my insult, if I was wanting to be insulting, I think any game where defaults multiplayer is a party game. Fortnite, party game. Destiny, party game. You know, you're going with a group, or at an, you know, it's something your friend group does, or with strangers who call you slurs, which could also be your friends who call you slurs. I don't know. That's not my
Jokingly,
business
get
to
yourself
call you what.
friends who call you slurs, but lovingly.
You know, it's none of my business what y'all freaks.
Really, just do things to your comfort level.
Yeah, anyway, when we're talking about, like, a game that wants to be the shit in a lot of ways, it doesn't tend to be that type of game. It is like a Final Fantasy VII vibe, where it's like, we're gonna have 12 million hours of gameplay, and we're not gonna get to the narrative in any of those hours. And it's like, okay, great. What the fuck am I buying the game for at that point?
What's the
Gameplay.
word I'm looking for? The thing I was ultimately trying to get at is, with bringing up we have hundreds of hours for the dollar to hour ratio, is what are those hundreds of hours of gameplay actually spent doing? If it takes 120 hours to finish your game, what are we doing for most of it? Are we
Yes.
actually experiencing the gameplay? Or are we... A lot of games like
Milling
Exam...
about.
Are I like to explore, yeah.
And it depends. If it's a bunch of side quests,
Okay, I've got it.
that's typically fine.
You have a 120-hour experience in Breath of the Wild versus a 120-hour experience in Genshin Impact.
Yes.
And I know Genshin Impact is a live service game by being a gacha game, but
Wait a minute, which one's the good example here?
I was about to say, yeah.
Breath of the Wild, because Genshin Impact is a chore simulator.
Okay, making sure because my instinct was Genshin Impact, but we also don't tend to speak overly favorably.
Breath of
Like-
the Wild. Yeah.
So I favor Breath of the Wild a lot, honestly, despite my complaints about the weapons and other things. Like, I have a lot of positive memories of playing Breath of the Wild. I actively made a second account on my Switch to play through it again without losing my original save.
God, that's right.
I like Breath of the Wild.
Breath of the Wild only has one save.
For
Jesus.
I'm getting so tired. Like, I can understand, say, was that a croissant-shaped vulture? Yes, that was. I'm getting very, on a tangent, I'm getting very tired of AAA games trying to do the one save thing. Because it's starting to affect indie games. I was playing an indie game a couple months back where it's like, yeah, we have Xbox Game Pass. I was playing it through my mom's account for Xbox Game Pass. I was like, yeah, Mom, you should play this game. It's fun. It's your vibe. We both really like talking about it. She literally couldn't because one save and the forced cloud save on Game Pass.
Ew.
Yeah, so we eventually settled into the thing of if there is a game with a single save with Game Pass, and it's something we both would want to play. Basically, whoever plays it first finishes the game first, and then lets the other person take over. But, like, games like Breath of the Wild making it... I'm gonna say games like Breath of the Wild being popular with only one save kind of make that a thing for possibilities in developers' heads, and I don't like it. I think games need to stop doing only one save. But yeah, so, Breath of the Wild. I got to Robo. I want to replay it, but I only have one save file, so I have to start all over again. Right. Like, but yeah, I liked Breath of the Wild enough I made a second save. Meanwhile, we know the Genshin Impact tale.
Yep.
Child Genshin Impact made me stop playing Genshin Impact.
Fuck. I died.
But also, just 120 hours in Genshin Impact is you probably not doing active gameplay. Or if you're past Liyue, the exploration gameplay sucks. Not that it was very good in Mondstadt or Liyue anyway. But, like, once you are in Fantasy Japan, which I cannot remember the name of.
I think it's Inazuma.
Yeah. Once you're in Inazuma, all I have heard is that the exploration sucks at that point. So, 120 hours in Breath of the Wild, you're more likely to, in running around doing things, run into its major gameplay loops that are supposed to be the big thing, the emergent ways of handling enemies. Meanwhile, with Genshin, in 120 hours, most of that's going to be spent with systems that don't want you playing them. Or playing the same combat encounter over and over because you're grinding for materials because... Not materials, grinding for equipment because the equipment system sucks. But back to exploration, Cyberpunk 2077, GTA 5, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, Elden Ring, and Final Fantasy 15. I like exploring around. Many of these games ended up giving me inspiration for my own OCs and such. Yeah.
I will say, on the topic of Cyberpunk, I do enjoy the concept of a Bethesda game that's not set in a forest, but instead set in an urban jungle area. Like, I think that's a really interesting concept, especially when they play with the verticality in Cyberpunk.
Yep.
Like, yeah, that's a legit Explorer game. GTA is good. I prefer Red Dead for exploration, because Red Dead 2 had the whole system where you could interact with, you know, just basically everything. You remember Red Dead 2, right, Dan? With
Yeah, I remember.
the holding down the left trigger and then you can talk to people, which I think is great. Like, I think that's kind of incredible because one of the problems with GTA is that the only way you can interact with it is by blowing stuff up, which, you know, is fine for GTA, but it doesn't really work when GTA is trying to tell a serious story, aka the problem with 4. Meanwhile, 5, it's why I think Red Dead 2's focus on interaction with the environment was a really nice thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because it lets you, like... Because it distinguished itself from Grand Theft Auto by doing so. Because now you can just, you know, talk to people. Like, not every conversation has to end with a gun. And I think that's kind of nice.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
For, man, fuck. Getting my ass kicked by zombambos.
Been watching
Yeah.
someone play a mod of Cyberpunk with the exotic mod, where you can play as the in-universe furries.
Real.
Oh, really?
Fun.
I didn't... Huh, that sounds interesting, actually. Because one of my favorite things about something like, say, Fortnite or something, like, one of the... Fuck! Ugh. One of the appeals of games like that, I think, is, like, smashing action figures, essentially. And I think the more games that give you the ability to have more action figures, I think that's good, basically. Yeah.
Now kiss.
Yeah, exactly. I know it was not made by Bethesda, but I'm saying it's like a Bethesda game.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
got this-
I corrected for you.
It's got the same kind of gameplay loop. Yeah. Yeah, no, you're fine.
Yeah.
Like-
Yeah.
It's interesting with that kind of thing. And I will say with, sometimes I kind of look for... You know how we were talking about games that are like 120 hours and you don't really do much in that?
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I look for games like that. Sometimes I just want a game that's a time killer. You know, like Far Cry.
Yeah.
Or... Actually, let me rephrase that. I like Ubisoft open world sandbox games. But only in moderation. It's not like a... I'm not dying on that hill.
Cough, cough, ring fit, cough.
Yeah. Oh.
I need to get back to doing ring fit, but unfortunately, until I can get my room rearranged, it's not really daily viable.
Yeah.
Just because I have to flip my TV around every time I want to play it.
But yeah. What was I gonna say? What was I talking about? It was, fuck. Sorry, the door slammed and it startled me. I can't remember where I was.
You're fine.
But yeah, compare that to... What am I... Fuck, I'm kind of pissed off I can't remember.
We were talking about how you like having some of those 120 hours and you don't do much games.
Oh yeah, yeah. I like those kind of games sometimes. Like I don't always go for them, obviously, but like sometimes I just want something that kills time. Like you know that zombie game that I got, Dead Island 2? Literally bought that game because that was the kind of game it is. Like sometimes I just want to eat junk food. Sometimes I don't
Yeah.
want the very nice, well-crafted game. Sometimes I just want to beat up zombies.
The main thing comes down to the... Sometimes I genuinely would rather spend $40, $60 on a 40-hour game that doesn't, pretend to be, like, longer than it is, that doesn't overstay its welcome, because we have to have dozens of hours, tens of dozens of hours, even.
Yeah.
And I would just rather pay full price for a small game.
I get that too. Like I said, it's not like I'm only playing these kind of games. It's
Yeah.
just that sometimes I want to eat junk food. I guess is the best way of putting it.
Yeah.
For me, an American.
For me, an American.
The feature bloat is something that is growing a bit exhausting.
Yeah.
Which is such a weird, like, pulling back in my brain. It's a weird complaint to have. It's like my game has too much game in it, you know? But sometimes
Like
that is how it, like, let me think of a good example.
Like during the survival game boom, we have unnecessary crafting mechanics.
Yeah. Or unnecessary hunger mechanics, or, you know,
Yeah.
Staring at the hunger bar.
I'm an RPG person. I feel like we've covered that. I almost exclusively play turn-based anything. And I have like one action game in my rotation typically. So Elden Ring is my action game right now. When I either beat it, or I get tired of it, or whatever, it'll be like Persona 4 Arena Ultimax, or probably Bayonetta 2 for the 50th time. So this is coming from my perspective, and RPGs which have always been long are just getting longer, but sometimes they're not getting better.
They're just getting longer.
Here's a good example, which is Final Fantasy X. Final Fantasy X is kind of short, all things
It's a
considered,
solid
as far as
40-hour
RPGs
game.
go.
Yeah.
Like, it's not very long. Now, if you're completely deranged, you can make it long. There's, you know, all the
Grinding,
different, you know, side games.
Blitzball.
Not side games, like the, you know, go get Anima, go fight this lady, do all the Dark Aeons. If you want, I don't know why you would, considering there's a sequel waiting for you by that point. But, like, you know, if you hate yourself. I'm kidding. So, like, as far as Final Fantasy games go,
Dodge the lightning bolts 200 times in a row.
200 times in a row, yes. As far as Final Fantasy games go, Final Fantasy X is kind of easy-teensy, even at the time. Of course, compared to Clive's game, which is beefy, from what I understand.
Yeah, that game's really big.
Obviously, Clive's game is going to be bigger, because it's, you know, bigger console, modern day, blah, 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 blah. But compare it to Final Fantasy VI, Final Fantasy VII, Final Fantasy 9, and 8, in a lot of ways. 10 comes out shorter, significantly. And normally, I think if you were looking at numbers, that would be a complaint. In the sense of, like, this is the latest entry in the franchise at that point. Why is it consist of, like, 2 arcs, and neither of them are especially long. But they knew what they were about. They told the story. and they didn't bullshit about it. You know,
It's kind
they were just getting through it in a lot of ways. And could we have stood for like an interlude or like a little bit of fluff to get to know the party? Because I like fluff in the sense like fluff and empty time can be very useful in the sense of
sitting around and waiting
character
makes
building.
sometimes, or sitting around and waiting makes the stressful parts mean more.
Yes. So, like, do not misunderstand me. I'm not saying that, like, every game needs to be efficient. But I can respect the Final Fantasy X's interest was in getting you in and out the door in a lot of ways, and wanting to deliver that story consistently and without any breaks, really. Your break is Blitzball, if you want to do that, and then the Calm Lands, where obviously that it makes sense that that's where the break is. That's what you got.
I kind of like that about 10, though, to be honest. I know we were just talking about it. I know, yeah. I come from movies, and, you know, with movies, you gotta be efficient with your time sometimes, unless you're a 3-hour epic movie. Then you can have all the time in the damn world. But, coming from a movie perspective, I think 10 was my favorite, kind of because that. Like, it felt like we were very focused on the story. Like, the story was first. And
We
I don't know.
are throughout 10 on a death march, and it never lets up.
Exactly. It's thematic, it's appropriate, and also, I just think it's really good. I kind of want to, there is something I want to bitch about in the same vein. It is, I think stories leave too many hooks nowadays. Like, everything's got to be a franchise now. We can't just have a one-off story. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of my thing. Like
sequel bait? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, sequel bait. Like, everything's got to be a sequel. Gotta have a sequel now.
Yes-ish.
Like,
I'm saying yes. Okay. Here's my best way I can explain it. There are two franchises in video games.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Last of Us is my prime example. Like, that's a game that doesn't really feel like it needs a sequel to me. Like, the ending is ambiguous, yes, but that's been the whole game. We've always been ambiguous.
I have
Like,
wider issues with The Last of Us, but yes, that's for sure.
Like, the characters, like, the whole game has been telling its characters through meaningful glances and looks at each other. It makes sense that the final scene of the game is just somebody giving a very interesting look at another off screen and going, okay. I think that's a great ending, and I think it's perfect ambiguity. And then 2 comes along and tells you, this is actually what happened. And I don't know, it just feels kind of counter to what the original was trying to do at times. Never mind the fact that 2 was just not a very good story. Alright.
Yeah.
My thing with the two types of franchises in video games, there are franchises. So I'm going to give my 2 examples, which will be Pokemon and Kingdom Hearts, because we're familiar with both. Kingdom Hearts has an overarching narrative. Most of the time. The only time it doesn't is when we're kind of arc switching, but that's an exception, not the norm. And so they do.
And when they try to have, real quick, when they try to have a narrative during the arc switch, is when the storytelling gets a little bit iffy. Hi, Kingdom Hearts 3.
I was gonna say Recoded.
So
also Recoded, yeah.
Yeah, Recoded is on an island, so, you know. Anyway, and so, due to the necessity of the overarching story and the fact that he needs to keep interest up to presumably keep making games, Nomura does traditional, I would say almost movie-esque or like Marvel movie-esque sequel bait, in the sense of like, you beat the game, and then there's a scene that has some person being mysterious. Or the super boss. The super boss now is the sequel bait. Does he follow up on that? It depends. His track record, it varies. I don't expect Yuzora to be as important as he looks like he's gonna be. But he does
I
it
hope
because
he is, because we
Kingdom
need
Hearts,
to capitalize on him looking like Riku.
like Kingdom Hearts, is not, you can't say, there's really no game where you can be like this, you can just play this. And then we have the other type of franchise, which is Pokemon, where a sequel's just implied, and they're not even really sequels in the sense that, like, Pokemon Emerald, Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald doesn't follow up on Gold, Silver, Crystal. They're just in the same world. They did do a sequel once, which is Black and White 2, and everyone screamed and cried because they don't do sequels. See, also Final Fantasy, in terms of like 7, has nothing to do with 6. Of course, they do sequels increasingly more often.
I'm
We have
surprised
10
you
and
didn't
10
go with
2.
as your example.
Well, Fire Emblem.
Fire
That's
Emblem has
shit.
sub-series, functionally.
Yeah, that's true.
Which, like,
Fire
Fire
Emblem
Emblem now having like successive games that have nothing to do with each other is new.
Yeah.
Because
Really?
so Fire Emblem 1, Marth's game, is tied to Valentia because they're both happening at the same time, and characters from Marth's game literally do show up in Valentia
And
then-
playable. Yeah.
and are playable.
That's
Fire
crazy.
Emblem 3 is a direct sequel to Fire Emblem 1. Fire Emblem 4 had a midquel in Thracia 776, which is Fire Emblem 5.
That's Leaf's game.
That's Leaf's game.
Yeah.
Sacred Stones is off on its own.
Yeah.
Then we have Ike's games. No, not Ike's games. Then we have
Lyn.
Roy and Elliewood, which are
Yeah.
game, and then the prequel, which was the Elliewood, Lyn, and Hector. They're from the prequel, which was the first Fire Emblem in English. Then we have Ike's 2 games. Then we have the Shadow Dragon and New Mystery of the Emblem remakes.
Yeah.
And then
And
finally,
Awakening exists as like the Nexus because it's the
it's
anniversary.
an
That's
anniversary
right.
game. It was going to be a send-off for the entire series. It saved the series. And then we get Fates. And Fates has
Where-
nothing to do, really.
Wait, but Faith has the DLC.
Fates does
yeah,
have the DLC,
Fate-
but the DLC is of dubious canonicity.
That's true.
Fates is in, like, Fates is connected to Awakening because we have Severa, Owain, and Inigo, and then we also have the
Right.
Incarnation stuff, and we have the broader, like,
Right.
this is all in a connected world. And then also, I think, I would honestly count the fact that Fates is 2 games with, like, it's the same vein of, like, Roy and Elliewood, and Sigurd and Leaf,
Yeah.
and Marth 2, where, like, it's, back to back. And so we have Xander and Riona.
Yeah.
And then Three Houses is the major exception because there is no line to be drawn with anything else.
Oh,
It's
Three
just
Houses.
off on its own.
Like,
We're
we're not going to count side... like, I don't... Well, I mean, we should kind of count side games in some capacity, but, like, the best way I can put it with Three Hopes...
is like one of the only side games ever.
in the series, yeah. Fire Emblem
Yeah.
Warriors is the only other side game I can think of, and Fa throws a wrench into the whole... Games are starting to become
'cause Fat
disconnected.
isn't actually a side game. They've been fairly
Yeah.
consistent with that. It's also because they make so
Oh,
much
yeah,
money
that's
off
right.
of it.
It's... GameCube is going to be playable on the Switch, too.
Yeah.
I'm so excited. We'll get Ike's game, but Micaiah's game is on the Wii. And so if they want the full Ike Micaiah experience, we still have room for a remaster.
I mean, we still have room for a remaster, but also we still have room for Wii classics in the same way we got
Yes.
GBA and Nintendo 64 at the same time. Not the
I'm
same
gonna
time, but like
say-
one after the other.
Yeah.
What's
I'm
up?
gonna say, I hope the Switch 2 price doesn't increase. Like, Jesus.
Oh, it is.
Don't say that. It's I'm trying not to think about it.
Like, it's scary, but that's, yeah, how it is. Anyway, yeah. Fire Emblem is typically a series of duos.
Yeah.
Which, you know, so if you ever hear someone talk about the Ike saga, or the Ike games, or, you know, they're linked, which is pretty unique to them. I think the only thing I can think of is that Final Fantasy did Ivalice.
The Ivalice Alliance, yeah.
Which was stuff.
Also,
stuff
Final Fantasy had a couple of direct sequels before Final Fantasy X. Those were obviously the entirety of the Final Fantasy VII saga, and also Final Fantasy IV: The After Years.
I forgot about that. I was like, what other example are you gonna pull out of your ass? Okay, yeah.
Like, but for Fire Emblem, doing a game with no real follow-ups,
That's the rarity.
that is the rarity. And I am, like, ultimately speaking, I am gonna say it does start with Awakening, where we're not doing follow-ups, because while Fates is directly connected to Awakening, it doesn't really give us much of a sense of the connection beyond Severa, Owain, and Denigo are here.
I'm gonna jump in to say that the lack of game follow-up is new to Awakening. I was more talking about the fact that the connections exist and are established pretty consistently. It's also Engaged being another anniversary game, so obviously they're connected to everything.
Yeah.
Three Houses is completely bizarre in the way that it doesn't even hint at a reference to anything. Hell, the dragon, like, the rules of Fire Emblem don't even really carry over, because, like, the dragons are all sorts of wonky. Where is
Dragon
Rhea's
Degeneration is not a thing in Three Houses.
It's not really there.
Because I get frustrated when the example people give of Dragon Degeneration in Three Houses is Indec and Macule can't change back, and Rhea goes insane. But Rhea goes insane because she takes a bunch of nukes to the face. And Indec and Macule are not going insane.
She's either tortured in Edelgard's dungeon, or shot with nukes in the face. Or, I think, both. So, like...
Both.
Also...
Because you still have to
everyone goes
rescue
insane
her on
with
Silver
respect
Snow.
to endings. We're not saying Dimitri or Edelgard went under Dragon Degeneration. They just, like, got a little wonky. Like,
yeah.
You know? And also, again, like, where's... Like, we keep making theories about it or whatever, but, like, I don't think Dragon Stones exist in Folkland.
They don't.
Like, we keep like, ooh, maybe Flame Static, like, lost theirs, and they sealed their dragon form in them and buried them with the mom, and or, like, maybe that's why Indec and Macule are locked in their form. But, like, the truth of the matter is...
The closest thing we get... Like, okay, let me rephrase. We do have Dragon Stones. They're called Crest Stones.
It's so dumb.
Anyway, it is now time to end the stream. We got really onto this.
Yeah.
And we got on a roll. Tune in Friday for Kingdom Hearts 3, where we will be... We are safe from Frozen for another week.
Really?
Yeah, we have Monstropolis to do first.
Oh, I thought it was at the end. Okay. I thought the princesses were together.
No, actually, we have to deal with Vanitas and Monstropolis first.
Oh shit, he's back?
Instead of Demyx and Monstropolis, because Demyx doesn't get a world. Fuck him.
Honestly, I would have put Demyx in the Caribbean for all of the water. Vanitas being in Monstropolis, it makes sense given he's made of all of... Like, he is literally made of negative emotions.
He's made of monster. Yeah, fair.
Yep. So anyway, I hope you all had a wonderful time today. Before we leave, I'm actually going to check something. I think somebody I know is streaming. I'm just going to make sure. Yeah. Yeah. We're going to raid Crimson Cyclo.
Oh my
Oh,
god, I
shit.
love him.
Yeah, he know movies.
Yeah,
I
so
will-
he seems to be playing Fast Food Simulator. Just
And
hold
it's
on a
Discord
moment.
from Lithuania, so like that's
Yeah.
always a bonus.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And I'm just gonna get us over there real quick.
Yeah.
Yep.
Do I click leave to go to the raid, or is it just gonna send me to the raid?
I have no idea.
I think leave is to leave the raid.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
All right.
So if you're raiding, just let it, yeah. Ta-da! I think that means... Yeah.
Hawk. Wait.
No.
What's that?
No. Don't do that.